All right. Good morning. The hour is 8:31 a.m. It is Tuesday, July 20th. I hereby call to order the Parks and Environment Committee of the Memphis City Council. Makivia, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Covette.
Here.
Chair Carlisle.
Thank you. The chair observes a quorum. This morning we have one item on today's agenda, discussion regarding the Memphis River Parks District 6 and 7 Super District 8 requested by Chairman Colvette. Do we have someone from the River Parks speak?
And I would like to queue once they're completed. And can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and council members.
Ms. Clark, can we get your name and address for the record, please?
I will. I'm Carol Coletta, president of Memphis River Parks Partnership, 22 North Front, 38103. And I'm joined by a number of our board members and staff today. So thanks for the opportunity to be here, bring you up to date on Tomley Park as well as the parking associated with the park. This morning we have very good news to bring to you. Yesterday, the Mayor's Riverfront Steering Committee issued its final approval for construction documents for the Cutbank Bluff, for Tomley Park, and for Riverside Drive. This has been 3 years in the making, and I want to publicly thank Chief Doug McGowan for chairing the Riverfront, the Mayor's Riverfront Steering Committee that was responsible for reviewing and approving the design throughout the U.S. Army Corps for its cooperation. They sat also in the committee deliberations. Memphis in May for its participation in the committee's work. Our design team, who has taken, I think, every challenge and improved the park at every turn. And also, of course, to you for your support. I know you have some questions about parking for the park, and I want to address those questions, but I also thought I'd spend a few minutes if I may, just showing you some of the latest images of what we're building in the park for the people of Memphis and Shelby County. First slide, or second slide, remember that what we're building is the result of the Mayor's Riverfront concept that was completed in 2017. Since then, we built River Garden, next slide, and Fourth Bluff Park, next slide, and also the Memphis River Line. And it's not unusual for us to see, you can go to the next slide, it's not unusual for you to see these images in national publications. We're really proud of these parks. From the start, next slide, we've been as concerned about connecting the riverfront to downtown and the neighborhoods just beyond downtown as we have been about connecting the riverfront north and south. We think both are critical, both sets of connections are critical to getting the leverage out of your considerable public investments in these assets to get the returns that the city deserves and the city very much needs. Next slide, just a reminder, Tomley Park is being built on top of a 30-acre stability berm that was built by the Corps of Engineers. It's kind of fun to look at this picture and remember this wasn't so long ago. And here's a bird's eye view, next slide, of what we're building on top of that park or that berm. Next slide, the Cutbank Bluff is, this was the rendering. This is a really big move because it's the first ADA accessible access from the top of the bluff to the riverfront. We've never had that before. So just getting that access up and down the bluff is really exciting. It's at the foot of Vance. And next slide, you can see that this rendering is coming very much into reality as we build the Cutbank Bluff. You can see that being built today. Next slide, when you cross over Riverside Drive, you'll enter into the Civic Gateway where you'll find a beautiful mist fountain. And that's just south of the green roof. You can see the green roof on the left side of the slide there of Beale Street Landing. And then next slide, at night, it's pavement. Pavement in that fountain will be lit beautifully, changing colors, and you can see the twinkling lights of the Civic Road just beyond it. Now, just south of that, there's a big lawn, and next slide, there's a crossing from Hewling, where there's stairs down, into the park's active core. Next slide, this is where you're going to find an information center, and the food and beverage in the park, as well as restrooms, all the things you need. Next slide, zoom out, and you'll see an overview of how the various elements in the active core fit together. Next slide. The civic canopy is really the beacon of the park. It's an open air, next slide, 20,000 square feet under roof in the center of the park. And next slide, all kinds of activities will be programmed there on a very regular basis. Next slide, the porch on the river side of the civic canopy, you haven't seen this slide before, is an accessible, sort of beautiful, lazy place to hang out. And on that green strip you can see right there in the foreground is room for food trucks right beside it. This will also serve, this can serve as something like a blues tent during Memphis in May or for concerts and other events. Next slide, River Play is a completely accessible playground for kids. We're excited about that. It's going to feature river creatures of all kinds like these river otters. Next slide, salamanders, cypress swamps, a play area for very young children. And then next slide, an adult fitness area that today, you know, there have been the river fit stations all along the river edge. Those will all now be consolidated into adult fitness area. That should be fun with those 3 lawns. Finally, and the next, so there's the biggest lawn in the park. You're beginning to see the edges of it right here. So next big lawn, then the third section of the park we call the community batcher. Next slide, it's a quieter area of the park. It's where the Tumley Memorial now stands. And next slide, you'll see that what we've done here is we've framed the view right from the entrance to the park there, which is at Butler, straight through to the memorial. So it'll be really framed and nice. And also, we're going to amplify the story of Tom Lee through art, through additional art, through poetry, and through docent-led walks. We're working with the National Civil Rights Museum on the docent-led walks. We're working with Shelby County Schools and the National Poetry Foundation on the poetry competitions, which will be at 3 levels: national, local, and also student competition on an annual basis to celebrate May 8th, Tom Lee Day in Memphis. This is the area of the park. Next slide. We're also installing a new birch forest coming out of the new artwork. Next slide, a new bridge and a monumental, next slide, a monumental new staircase that comes down into a lovely sort of human scale lawn. And the next slide, alongside that lawn will be a new hammock grove, which will be quite beautiful. And then another lawn, the last big lawn, and then finally the southernmost part of the park. This is the part of the park that's not easily accessible today. It's where the dike failed. So you've got a lot of growth in there. It's not used today. We'll make the habitat terraces. Next slide, this is where we'll have an outdoor classroom for kids. We'll have a great pollinator lab where kids can get in and kind of get their hands on the flora and fauna of the great Mississippi River, and also a log scramble up the bluff for kids. And then finally, the next slide, canopy walk that juts out over the river. Next slide. And, you know, where you can really enjoy the majesty of the Mississippi. Next slide, when polled by Chisholm Strategies in January about the park and its future, 90% of Memphians say they're more likely to visit the riverfront once the park is complete. And one of the things that excites me the most about these numbers is the 97% of next gen, that means younger Memphians, said, we're excited about this park. One other thing is we broke out zip codes for those of you who call this meeting. We did break out zip codes around downtown, 38106, 38126, 38107, and looked at their views of this of the park, and they too were among the most enthusiastic Memphians. And you know, they live nearby. They see it as a quality of life asset. So I think it's fair to say Memphians are really excited about the park that we're building. Next slide, we're finally connecting our riverfront safely to downtown, the way modern and walkable cities are now being designed. Just to say, designing a 31-acre riverfront park is a process, especially on a river that rises and falls 50 feet every year. And this one has been underway, as I said, for almost 3 years. And like all projects of this magnitude, it's had lots of changes and tweaks as the design becomes more detailed. So, you know, you start with a concept and then you say, okay, let's get into the details. Well, what do those details cost? How do they work together? And so things change. It's just the nature of a big project. Next slide, this design, I do want to tell you the design has been reviewed and approved at every stage in 7 meetings since April 2020 by the Riverfront Steering Committee, chaired by the chief. That committee was established as part of the mayor's mediation agreement that is signed by the mayor. Parties to it were the mayor, Memphis River Parks, and Memphis in May. That was signed December 19. We went back to work April 20th. The first design concept came out. And since then, the steering committee's met 7 times. And just to make sure that there was extra care taken to make the park great for festivals, the operations director of Memphis in May has had 8 additional meetings, in addition to sitting in on the committee meetings, 8 additional meetings with the design team to work through the details to support the festival. And we really value that very specific input from Memphis in May, because not only we want to ensure that the park is festival ready, and it not only will work for Memphis in May, but it also works for other festivals like the all-white party that was held on Mount Island this Saturday that was sort of wildly successful. And so each stage of the design, and you can see it there on that timeline, has been shared with the public and the press. So not only is Memphis getting, I think, a fantastic new park, but we'll have more accessible and convenient parking than we've ever had. Next slide. Consider the amount of parking within 2 blocks of the park. There's the new Downtown Mobility Center, which you approved. That has almost 1,000 spaces. That's within 2 blocks of the Beale Street entrance to the park. We have the MLGW garage, which has 1,300 spaces, which are now newly accessible to the park because of the ADA ramp going down right from the top of the bluff. And then Billy Orgel has his garage at Butler and Tennessee with 340 spaces right there at the park's Butler entrance, and which has a wonderful new restaurant in it if you haven't been there, at the brewery. And then there's a lot of city metered parking in the area. And one of the things that's nice about, I think, park visitors using that parking is the downtown parking is mostly needed for office workers. Park visitors come early morning, they come late afternoon, early evening, and they come on weekends. So it's kind of a nice way to get the most use out of these expensive parking spaces. Plus, we have 68 parking spaces parallel on the west side of Riverside Drive, the park side of Riverside Drive. Next slide. Riverside Drive is going to be 4 lanes with no median. That was stipulated in the mayor's mediation agreement. This is important. The only change that's been made in the parking since the public workshop that was held 10 months ago on Riverside Drive is that the parking that was contemplated on the east side of Riverside Drive, across from the park, has been eliminated. In consultation with the city, parking was removed on the east to allow room for a 4-lane Riverside Drive. That was stipulated in the mediation agreement. It was to ensure the safety of families crossing a 4-lane street from the parking on the east to the west, and also to stay in budget. So parking adjacent to the park remains, and that is in compliance with the mediation agreement. And that change, this is also important, was clearly shown in our public presentation on the park April of this year. So that change, has been known, and it's in the public domain. We are continuing to explore ways to make sure that the parking adjacent to the park serves Memphians, especially those with disabilities, in the best possible way. And, you know, we've got time to work on parking strategies. I think as we've all learned, there are sort of lots of ways to skin a cat, and figuring out how to do that in the best possible way is important. The city has no plans to charge for parking on Riverside Drive. That's a city decision, just like it is on all the metered parking, all the parking on public rights of way. While we're talking about parking, I do want to lift up at the same time the need for sidewalks to connect the neighborhoods nearby. Next slide. And I'm going to wrap up. In May, Memphis River Parks Partnership organized volunteers to cut back the overgrowth and haul off trash, next slide, from Vance. The 6 blocks of Vance that connect South City with the new park entrance at the Cut Bank Bluff. Next slide. The idea is we were preparing sidewalks for images of, next slide, famous South Memphians that the neighbors had chosen, residents of South Memphis had chosen for a walk of fame from Vance to the city, to the river, I'm sorry. But on a number of blocks, the sidewalks are in such disrepair that they can't safely be walked on, much less painted on. And it just seems like isolating people in the poorest zip code in Tennessee, you know, especially the children for whom this may be the only vacation they ever get, seems like a big miss. So we really do hope we can put some attention on the sidewalks as South City continues to grow. Final couple of points. The work on Tom Lee and our emphasis on pedestrian connections are consistent with both of the city's recently completed long-term plans, both of which engage thousands of Memphians in their preparation. Memphis 3.0, next slide, prioritize walking as the first mode of transportation. Next slide, and build downtown, I'm sorry, promotes walkability and specifically pedestrian connections to Tom Lee Park. So we're trying to make good on both of those promises. Next slide, last slide. Together, we're building, I think, a great new Tom Lee Park with you, and that's going to be an important quality of life asset to Memphians and economic development asset for the entire region. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And again, thank you for the opportunity to bring you up to date.
Thank you. Let the record reflect Councilman Ford Sr. has joined us, as well as Councilman Smiley. So far, I have the chairman and Councilman Warren in the queue. Any other members at this time? All right. Up, and then we'll go to Jones. So we got Colvette, Doc, and Jones. Chairman Colvette.
Okay. First off, thank you so much for coming down. The park is so vitally important and interest of all of ours. And so we get a lot of phone calls about how things go. And also from my previous career in construction, I vividly remember the 93 redo of Tom Lee. So I have a big interest in how this goes, Carol, but that's a conversation we've already had. And I hope I don't sound ADD because I have questions all over the place. So first things first, the plans haven't changed. Memphis in May is still good to go in the park. You know, we've still made allowances for those events. We're good to go, correct?
Yes, it meets all of the park in its design, meets all of the specifications of the mediation agreement. And then there have been, again, tweaks along the way that were responsive to the operations director's comments.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're very clear so that my phone doesn't blow up this evening when the news hits. Memphis in May will be at Tom Lee Park when we're finished with construction.
Sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
April of 2023, the park will be completed.
Okay, so then that was my next question. Construction schedule to be complete right in front of Memphis in May 23.
Correct.
Outstanding. You say you're in final plans and you're still with Montgomery Martin's team, correct?
Yes.
All right. All the things contemplated in these plans that you have presented today, minus the parking obviously, fits within the budget given, correct?
Everything except the canopy walk, which is an add to the budget. That last piece I showed on the southernmost tip of the park. And we're still seeking funds for that. That will be in addition to the budget.
All right, but how much is that? Just out of curiosity.
It's at $7 or $8 million. We're still looking at it, still seeing if we can put the foundations in the first, as part of the work we do in the park, and then see if we can raise the additional money.
Okay. And of course, we have our minority hiring, subcontracting policies in place, as you've stated earlier, and we're going to still be on schedule for that.
Yes.
All MBE requirements will be met.
Yes.
Okay. When do you expect to start turning dirt? Since we now have final plans, what's your schedule to start?
We start, we've been turning dirt on the Cut Bank Bluff since January. We are, we're awaiting the 408 permit from the Corps. There's certain work we cannot do in the park until the 408 permit is issued, but we'll begin doing, we do have approval for demolition, and that will begin on Thursday.
Okay. You already had me going into the Nicorette. It's only 8:52 in the morning.
Not my fault.
Not my fault. That's great. That's great. All right. Well, then let's just keep going then. So what has changed on the plans? Is it just the elimination of the parking on the eastern side at this point?
That's a very, well, let me say that's a broad question. Because many things have changed on the plan, just as you tweak it and push and pull it and budget. So lots and lots of things have changed. Since the last
Since April of 21, I guess. Let's go there.
Since April of 2021, probably the porch has been added. I'm trying to think what else.
Oh, yeah.
That's about it. The porch at the back side of the Civic Canopy and that food truck area. Also some tweaks around Civic Canopy. Those are the principal things.
Okay, so we can report back to our constituents when they ask about it that you go to the website, the plans that you showed up in April of 21, that's still predominantly what they're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just want to make sure, because I mean, the inevitable, I see Fox 13's microphones, we're going to get questions. All right, let's dive into the parking question. It's two phases, basically. How many parking spaces did we originally have on the east side originally?
60, well.
You mean as a part of the mediation agreement?
Correct.
There was no parking in the mediation agreement on the east side.
Okay.
There was none. So what's specified is parking adjacent to the park.
Would you like me to tell you what the requirements are?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer, 347 Stonewall. Just for clarity, the mediation agreement, paragraph 2 of the signed agreement, parking for the park will be provided at the north, middle, and southern areas of the park. The preference of the parties is that the southern parking pod be located on the west side of Riverside Drive, immediately south of the southern lawn pool. Parking will be included in the design and project budget and consistent with the expected park usage.
So no parking spaces were contemplated.
That concludes the parking paragraph.
Outstanding. All right, so how many spaces have we eliminated from the original plan to now?
62.
Okay, so we're down 62 spaces. All right, and you mentioned other parking nearby, because I noticed the parts on the street where parking is free. Then you have some metered parking, and you're telling me also that the Riverside Drive parking is completely free.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. And forgive me, I really don't know the answer to this question. When you say something is 2 blocks away, how far is that as the crow flies? Is that half mile, quarter mile?
2 blocks?
2 blocks?
A city block is like
400
feet.
I don't know. I need a developer.
So in other words,
A tenth of a mile.
a 10th of a mile? Okay.
It's your fun fact of the day, kids.
Well, it's when somebody turns around and asks me how far do I have to walk? Okay, so we're talking about less than a quarter of a mile. We have the structured parking, correct? Okay. In terms of the cost of the parking, how does that work? Say for somebody wanting to go down to the park, is it charge parking? You know, the moment you pull in, is it flat rate? What's the story on that?
I mean, the partnership doesn't control any of that parking.
Do we happen to know what that parking rate is?
So, Mr. Chairman, is a question about the various rates of like the MLGW garage and those kinds of things.
Correct.
Those are a flat fee for typically on a day, and the weekend rates are slightly different. And then for the metered parking downtown, you noted on the slide there's several that are either after a certain hour, like 6 p.m., they're all free, and on the weekends, they're typically free. So we have adjusted rates downtown to accommodate weekend visitors. During the week, we have a higher rate, and in the entertainment district, we have a higher rate that goes longer. But those slots that are adjacent to essentially Front Street, the adjacent parking there, many are unmetered, and the ones that have either no fee after a certain time, or on the weekends they're free on Sundays, for instance.
Okay. So in other words, folks, there's a decent chance you can get down there and not have to pay.
Absolutely. So even just for example, I parked the other evening to go out, and it wouldn't take my card. I thought, well, gee, I got to pay. I failed to realize it was after 6 o'clock, and it wouldn't take my card because it was free. So there's a lot, and that was right at the corner of Union and.
Okay. And the 4 lanes are part of the mediation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so we're going to get the 4 lanes.
Okay.
All right. So we've got all that. We got the parking, we got the walk. It's not very far. What I might suggest you put up on the website is where they can park for free, or the discounted parking, or some of the information perhaps. That would be very, very helpful just for people to get through it. Also, you might also answer the question, I heard you say of safety of family and budget questions, and the elimination of the 60 some odd parking spaces. You might want to elaborate on that on the website just to make sure that it is very clear and very public what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Fair enough. It's about it for me. I think, again, thank you for coming. This is such an important project. I'd like to invite you back, say in a month or so, and just give us a status update, because now that you've got final plans, you're about to crank it up. I'd like you to come back and just visit us again also, because I see that for once I've actually talked too daggum long. I apologize. But why don't you come on back in a month and we'll talk again. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, we're about 9 o'clock. I'm happy to run to my committee. We only have one appointment. So, but if you wouldn't mind just being aware of the clock, I want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity that would like to ask questions. Councilman Warren.
Yeah, just have one quick question. The Vance entrance, that's going to be our handicap entrance, how does one get to that across the railroad tracks at Vance? You know, if they parked in the neighborhood right around that area, is there a handicapped access across the railroad tracks? Are we assuming everyone is going to be coming from the walkway down?
No, you go ahead.
I think that is part of the Vance Avenue access that they're talking about, making sure the top of that is connected. So there'll be ADA access across there. I believe today there is the rubberized track that gives you the access across there.
So there is an access there at Vance. If you're handicapped and in a wheelchair, you can get across those tracks.
Yeah. There's also one at the trolley stop.
There's one, okay, there's...
you know what the trolley stop is.
Okay.
North Linden.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that done, and the way you're shaking your head, it's there. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question.
Councilman Jones and then Councilman Ford.
Thank you. And good morning. Let's go back and talk about Humvee Park current. Talking about the parking provision. So if we look at Humvee Park now in its current configuration, approximately how many spaces are available for public free parking?
Well, of course, today there are none.
Well, prior to
there were 130.
130, okay. And then part of the mediation agreement that came down to?
There was no number.
There was no number.
Okay.
But just as they did the design, it was indicated they had to have parking, and the only desire expressed was when they were considering pods, that the southern pod be on the west side of the street. That was to accommodate back of house for Memphis and May. As they went through the design, I think you'll see today the curb line that is on the western side of Riverside Drive remains intact, except that it becomes mountable. There's new mountable curbs in there. And the spaces that Ms. Colette is talking about are literally painted spaces on the ground. But you have nearly 2,000 linear feet of, or a little more than 2,000 linear feet of curb line there. So the 68 is what's designed in today. I think there's some flexibility in there as you move forward to determine how the usage goes. Many of those are, some painted lines on the ground that can be looked at depending on how the usage goes. But that was the only requirement was that it be at the north, central, and southern part, which, as we went through the design committee, putting all of the parking on the west side, there was equal access north, middle, and south.
Okay, and so if we go back to the plan at some point that contemplated parking on the east side of Riverside, how many parking spaces could that have provided?
Back to about right at 130.
Okay, so if the parking would have been available on the east and west side, would have been close to the amount of free available public parking accessible to the park. Thanks for that. And so I think.
Well, look, can I just?
Yeah.
When you talk about accessible to the park.
Well.
Just to say the accessibility problem was one of the reasons the east side parking was eliminated, because you would have to come to an intersection where there's a pedestrian crossing for it to be safe across that 4 lanes of Riverside Drive. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in other words, but the fear is that families would attempt to dash across the street. I think it's but there's the big curve there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it becomes, thinking about that it's clearly an unsafe situation for families.
But I think the fact that even if we have, and I don't know the proper name of it, the ramp, if you would, coming from the east side, that problem still exists because we're still going to have the full length there. What I'm getting to is the amount of free available public parking has essentially been cut in half. If we're going from the approximately, if we look at the west side of what is Tumley Park now before construction, 130 some odd spots, and we're taking it down to 68. MLG and W, we're not talking about people, crows fly, but people don't. The accessibility from MLG and W is about a half a mile, and I know that there's going to be some changes there, depending upon the programming that you're going to get to. If we're talking about the Mr. Orgle's parking garage there, we're talking about Hewling. So depending upon where the programming is, I guess and colleagues, I go back to when we talk about the Riverfront Steering Committee, and Mr. Wade, you probably can help me with this as far as the domain of public properties rested with the council. No council, there may have been City of Memphis from an administration standpoint, but Riverfront Steering Committee, I don't think that there was any council representation there to address, because people may not necessarily, I think that people, and I don't know, it's just been my experience. I got a call from Mr. Price. He didn't call the mayor. He called me. And so when we get these calls and complaints, the 13 council members are much more accessible than the mayor may be or anybody else. And so what I'm doing with this and asking that we address this is hearing from the concerns of the community, from the standpoint, if somebody lives in North Memphis, they just don't have the same availability and accessibility as they did originally, and those changes I think are concerning to a lot. I know we're running on time, but colleagues, one of the things that I always want to hear about, we don't have an opportunity to hear from both sides of this argument. We've heard from one side, we've been provided one presentation, and I had a conversation with Chairman Corbett to address this, but it was based upon Mr. Price coming to me about this. And so, colleagues, I know we're running on time, but I'd like to hear from somebody being the Downtown Neighborhood Association, what could be the concerns of people who live downtown on this, if Mr. Chairman,
Can we let Mr. Ford go and see how much time we have? I'd also say that any member of the public seeking to address the council can do so through public comment, as has been the council's prerogative and tradition for decades. But Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Okay, I'm on the same page, Mr. Jones right here. Mr. Price, I'd like to give him 1 minute to give his concern, because that's the association president right there.
Well, a couple more, but
Right, a couple minutes, yeah.
we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, I know we don't, but this is very important. This is downtown. This is our favorite spot downtown. So will you get up and give us your concerns, and then I'd like for you all to at least stay in touch with Mr. Price, okay?
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Councilman Ford and Councilman Jones have asked to address a member of the audience, so we're going to do that. And then we'll give any members of the board that would like to speak an opportunity to speak as well. So let's do two. We okay with 2 minutes each side? Great. Mr. Price, would you come forward, give your name and address for the record? You want to sit right there? You make sure to turn the mic on to green, and then we'll do this fair here. All right. On your start, Mr. Price.
Well, first of all, thank you, council members, for hearing the concern and being here today to talk to everyone and get the background as to what may be of concern here. We appreciate your time. I know you all are very busy. The concern here, we were very anxious about seeing a new park come to fruition after the park was shown to us post-mediation. Several of us said this is a much better product. We were glad that Memphis and Maine MRPP worked together to come out with a great park from what we see. The concern came up recently when we learned of the parking, the free and park side, nearby parking being cut in half. And from statements from Memphis Memphis River Park Partnership, even the Riverside Drive parallel parking was said to be free only for an hour, and then afterwards it was going to be charged for. I think creating creating parkside equitable parking for all Memphians to come down to the park is something that we really need to consider as charging for a public park. This would be the first one in the city. Overton Park is free, but also the concern of, yes, there are a lot of spaces, as Carol said, downtown to park, but many of which are not free, or if they are, they have a schedule. The parking at the Downtown Mobility Center or the MLGW garage is, as Councilman Martavius said, it's no, people have to walk there. It would be the same as going from Overton Park garage or Overton Square garage to Overton Park.
About
So
15 seconds.
would be from going from the Mobility Center to Tom Lee, and it's about 3/4 of a mile. So those are our concerns, and we thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I hope several of the comments today addressed a lot of those concerns. I see 2 board members. If y'all would come on up and give your name and address for the record. Let me get my stopwatch here going. Good morning, ladies.
Morning.
And I'm going to start you.
Is it green?
Nope.
What color is it?
All right, press it.
Press the,
No, keep it.
thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tanja Mitchell. I am a member of the River Parks Board, but I also live in Uptown. For the past couple of decades, for the past 2 years, I've worked for the Work, and we work with low-income citizens all across the city. But prior to that, I worked in Uptown. And I live in a low-income neighborhood. I have never once heard our residents complain about parking. As a matter of fact, it's an amenity to us. We live in Uptown, we're north of the park, and we look for ways to become fed and active. I've never heard anyone complain about free parking in Riverside. And keep in mind, I did this for a living. This was my paycheck to listen to the concerns of the citizens in our area. And that had never been a concern. And here again, we can walk to the park, and that's what we always encouraged. Okay, I'll wrap it up. Just also want you to know, maybe about, I don't know how many years ago, I was also president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. And even then, The biggest concern was having a riverside park that had amenities, programming, and attracted to all citizens in Memphis. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rashawn Austin. I live at 377 Angela's, very convenient to Overton Park. For the last 25 years, I've served very low-income people that live 60% below the median, which makes up about 27% of our population. So this morning, I'm very saddened that we continue to be, after 4 or 5 decades, a very auto-centric city, thinking about 385s of the world, and thinking about citizens who have the privilege of owning private automobiles. If we just look at 38106, about a quarter of our citizens do not own private automobiles. 38126 is probably greater, 38107 is about the same. But we continue to be auto-centric, and we're not thinking about people and their access to a park. Carol talked about vans and the connection along a pedestrian walkway. There was no conversation about pedestrians. But if we are in South Memphis every day, we see pedestrians because our residents at our apartment community don't own automobiles. Our pedestrians in Fraser don't own automobiles. They access public transportation, and perhaps no one on the council has had to use public transportation, but as a child growing up in North Memphis, I did use public transportation, not by just because I wanted to, but I had to. It was how we access any space. And also, we're a city full of obese people, and so if we could get people out walking, because 38106 has the lowest life expectancy in Shelby County by 14 years, the difference between Collierville and South Memphis. And so I can tell you I'm very saddened by the council today speaking about parking when we're always talking about equity, and it's very oxymoronic to put equity and parking in the same city that has high poverty rates and no automobiles. I'm done.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate your comments. Councilman Ford, sir, did you want to? Yes, sir.
I hate to feel that way. Don't come with us with this. Parking is very important. Okay? Go somewhere else with that. You know, I don't want to get angry today. I don't feel well. But that was insulting to the council here. Don't come here, and I made that statement 2 weeks ago. Never come and insult the council. We're here to help everybody, okay? But don't do that. I live in South Memphis. Hell, I didn't even have a bathroom. So don't come there with me. I grew up like that, okay? But you got people that live out there where I am. They want to have all the access, everything else. A lot of people do have cars. We're talking about charging somebody. Don't come there with me today. When I came up, you young, you don't know. I didn't have running water, I didn't have bathroom, I didn't have any of those things. I was in the 7th grade when we got a bathroom. But don't ever come. Don't embarrass me like that. I don't want you to embarrass the council like that. You come and approach us a different way, okay? And I think this committee should be over right now, okay? We've talked enough, everything, your committee's over. Hey, you know, but don't come this way. I think we've had enough talking today.
All right. I think we're done. Well, all right, I got Councilman Ford. I had 2 members in the queue. I would love to wrap this up. I had Councilman Warren and Councilman Jones. I would implore and plead with you to be brief, please.
I'm concurring with my colleague, Councilman Ford, to conclude the committee meeting. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Jones.
Thank you. One thing I would add to it, I think it was the last part of the paragraph too, that some part of that paragraph talked about expected park usage. The fact that we've done this to increase park participation, but to cut parking in half, I don't think that those 2 things are congruous. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll just take a quick moment because I know everybody's ready to move on. I would take the position that we redesigned and elevated this park to increase park participation and connect the river to downtown. One of the most important things when we talk about neighborhoods and parking is to look at neighborhoods of more than just a block. And so if we want to benefit people, we want to benefit the small businesses that are downtown. And so We want people to park at the Downtown Mobility Authority. We want people to park at MLGW. We want them to walk by restaurants. We want them to walk by retailers. We want them to walk because it's a healthy exercise. We want to get outside of the mentality that we have to drive up to the storefront like it's a Walmart parking lot, park in the first spot and walk the shortest distance. We want people to enjoy our vibrant downtown and our once-in-a-lifetime riverfront. And so access is somewhat subjective here, and to assure that people that are need accessibility per ADA have that, and they have ample parking. Other than that, we need to understand, or I would implore the council to think about it in a much broader context of what the park can do from an economic development standpoint for small businesses in the downtown area. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you to the board members that came out. Thank you for the continued work downtown. Thank you, Mr. Price, for advocating for the Downtown Neighborhood Association. I think we're coming back in a month with an update. Best of luck on getting your 408. And with that, seeing no other business before this body, I call this committee adjourned. It is 9:21. It is Tuesday, July 20th, and I hereby call to order the Personnel Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Colvett. Chair Carlisle.
Present. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on today's agenda, the reappointment to the Memphis Alcohol Commission of Mr. Jared Johnson.
I move it.
Second. Moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by everybody. We'll toss it to Johnson on that one. Mr. Johnson, good morning. If we could have your name and address for the record and just a little bit about yourself, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Okay, my name is Jared Johnson. I live at 1955 Central Avenue, 38104. And I'm currently serving as the chairman of the Alcohol Commission. So a role that I took after Mr. Jones was on the council. And I've just enjoyed serving and helping the community. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Jones.
Not any questions, but colleagues, I did have the opportunity to serve perhaps my last year or two on the Alcohol Commission going back to 2013 with Mr. Johnson. And one of the things that I was a stickler for, and as I've talked about on the council, is attendance. And so there was plenty of opportunities, plenty of times that we didn't have a quorum, but Mr. Johnson was always there and always present when we were trying to meet. So thanks for your service, Mr. Johnson. Good to see you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chairman Colvett.
Thank you. I also good friends with Jared, I guess going on 10, 15 years now. Very honorable man, and thank you for your public service. It means a lot. I know sometimes it feels kind of lonely, and I know the pay is great, though. You know, we'll give you a 100% raise. How about that? But colleagues, this is a very good guy, very good leader, and I thank you for your service.
All right, colleagues, we'll take this to a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed? In the eyes of the chair, the ayes have it? The opinion of the chair? Yeah, the ayes have it. There we go. All right. Seeing no other business before this body, the Personnel Committee is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
July 20th, 2021. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present professionally. Councilman Colvett.
Here.
And Chair Morgan.
Here. All right, we have one item on today's agenda, and that is an update in regard to ARPA funding. Chief Ford, we received guidance recently. What day was that? And I assume y'all are still going through it. What's the status?
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 5343 Mason Road. Good morning. Just as an update, as many of you know, the interim rule was published back in March with comments required to be submitted to Treasury by July 16th, which was last Friday. The GFOA has been in session virtually, and they have one of the speakers was the deputy treasurer, who assured us that they intend to read every comment that was submitted to them. Also, we received additional guidance and updates early, I think, on the morning of July 14th, which now brings our FAQs to approximately 52 pages. So there was quite a bit of additional clarity and guidance that was issued to us on July 14th, and we are still coming through those additional FAQs.
Okay, so no presentation in terms of renewed, updated guidance or anything like that. That's just still working through new federal guidelines.
Yes, sir. So we had polled the divisions for things that they might decide, believe that were in the best interest of the community. They came back to us with a list of things that they thought were consistent. We had reviewed that list one time, and now we're going back through all of those with the new guidance to determine if anything needs to be kicked out or brought back in. So that's the process we're undergoing right now.
Do you think you can get it unpacked in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or?
Absolutely. We're nearly there, but not, there's still several things that we're looking at to determine if they're going to be compliant with the guidance. And then, as you might guess, the desires of the divisions that would outstrip the amount of money available. So then we're in the prioritization business, and you can't prioritize until you figure out, you don't want to reprioritize something that's not eligible, that's higher than something that would be eligible. So, but within 2 weeks, we'll easily be able to have that done.
Okay. Council members, do we want to hold discussion on this item in general until we can be a little bit more firm-footed on compliance?
Yeah. Well,
I moved to hold.
We're actually going to talk about it in the completed package.
Okay, Councilman Jones, I hear kind of a slight objection. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We'll hear that, and then I'll entertain a motion to hold, if that's, and then we'll have a vote on if that's the will of the body. Councilman Jones?
Okay, thank you. Not necessarily talking about what was presented prior to budget, but has there been any other clarification? Because based upon my making these recommendations, we sort of had some one way in which we could do this. So has there been any clarification that essentially said we can't do anything like this? And then the other part of my question is, I know that part of this may have been July 14th, may not have been, but the federal administration has allowed for public safety uses of COVID funds. And I know, and I'm welcome to hear that in the total scheme of things, but is that something that would be in the works over the next couple of weeks as well?
Yes, sir. So public safety was, as you know, kind of a new push from the Biden administration. So we had quite a substantial input on public safety. If you mean the list that you provided with respect to, is there any prohibition here? I would tell you that there's actually some overlap with what some of the division recommendations are. So I think, the intentions are, there are some things that are directly on here that were submitted by the divisions as well. So I think there will be some overlap there, and then some room for discussion. Obviously, some of the bigger decisions we'll be making are how much to allocate to revenue replacement, how much for the big pieces. Broadband isn't any particular division's investment, so there are some recommendations there. So it is just a prioritization allocation. But without looking at the list, I don't know that there's anything on here that's prohibited or allowed, but I do know there's some overlap with what the divisions have said, so I know that those specific things would be allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and actually, since there's not a resolution or ordinance on the floor, there's no need for motion. As chair, I'm just going to hold this for 2 weeks. Is there any other business for this committee? No, sir. All right, seeing none, we're adjourned and back on time.
Meeting. Lakeithia, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilman
For the
Ford,
finals.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. Council members, we have 2 items on our agenda today. The first item is a presentation on the protection of whales and coordination efforts with other regions. And item number 2 is a presentation on TVA Allen plant mitigation. And I'd like to turn both of those items over to President Young now. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. We do have a presentation here for you regarding the Wellhead Protection Program, and heading out is going to be Quentin Clark, who's actually Quentin and Nick Newman. Nick Newman's our engineering and operations VP, and Quentin is our manager of our water operations, engineering operations. And these are the folks, 2 of the main folks that were engaged back in February. They and several others were really instrumental in getting our water system back the way it should be. So thanks to them and so many others. And then following that, I know Mark Yates is here from TVA. He may have some others here to talk about their piece of this particular agenda item. So I'm gonna turn it over to Nick Newman, and I ask him to kick it off.
Okay, thanks, Chief. So I'm gonna cover the wellhead protection overview for Memphis White Johnson Water.
No, that's the mic.
Isn't it? That's the microphone. I'm sorry. I should have had that.
I just had somebody advance.
Is it green? Is it green?
It's green.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So how do
I will.
Okay, go ahead and advance the slide, please. Thank you. So I'm gonna talk about the Tennessee Wellhead Protection Program at MLG&W. And there's no maps on here because this is very sensitive information. So you're more than free to come to MLG&W. We will show you the entire wellhead protection plan. We don't let it get out of our hands, but you're welcome to come review it. Quentin Clark can set that up as well. So it's a requirement by the TDEC, Tennessee Department of Environmental and Conservation, for this program, and it's required for all groundwater systems, which y'all know West Tennessee has the majority of the groundwater systems. And what it's for is the prevention of groundwater contamination. Next slide, please. So our plan is developed by the University of Memphis, Caesar, and they update our plans. They did the studies in our plans, the models for our plan, and they kind of oversee it for us. And what it does, it describes zones of protection around our well fields, that we have several around the county. We are a Category 4, which essentially means we're the largest. We have over 3,000 connections, so that means we are Category 4. Next slide, please. So the 2 zones that we have, Zone 1 is the zone that's closest to each one of our wellheads. And the reason for that, the wellhead around it is a pipe that goes essentially from top of the ground all the way down in, and contamination can get in around that pipe and get directly into our Memphis sands. So it is a very important part of make sure nothing gets around that. Also, there's a cone of depression typically around these well fields at the wells, which could actually draw things down alongside that pipe. So that's why that Zone 1 is very important, and it's definitely our highest level of protection. Next slide, please.
Can I stop you just a minute?
Yes.
Did you bring any pictures? You know, these are not experts. They've never seen this stuff before. Y'all have the pictures to show how you go down in the ground. I know it's there, but I think the council members would benefit from that in the future.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, I'll try to explain that better. So each one of our pumping stations has a well field. There's several wells that are spread out along a geographic area. This second zone is the zone that's around all of the wellheads, all of the wells. So what it does is we look at the groundwater flow in the aquifer to determine where these Zone 2 will be around our stations. And what we're looking at, each one, the state requires at least a 10-year travel. All of our Zone 2s are at least 10 years time of travel. And what that is, essentially, if a contaminant would get into our aquifer, it would take it 10 years to get to the well, the actual well. So we're actually pumping that contaminant. That's at 10 years. So some of ours are 10 years, some of ours are greater than that, depending on where it is in the system, and if there's possible windows and things in the clay layer that's between. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at in this wellhead area is a contamination source inventory. Essentially, what's in that zone 1 and zone 2 that contaminate our wells. And this could be anything from a gas station to an industrial site or anything like that. So we're looking at what possible contaminants could be in there. What facilities are in that could possibly have a issue with cause an issue with our aquifer. So we monitor these businesses and make sure they're doing what they should. We work with EPA and TDEC as well to make sure what's going on inside those will not impact our wellhead. Next slide, please. So at the public water system, we use our best management practices working with these businesses inside our zones to ensure they are doing what they need to do. We work with, like I said earlier, we work with TDEC and EPA on some sites that have had issues in the past or also could potentially have issues to make sure they are in compliance with all state and federal regulations to ensure that anything they're doing on their site will not impact our well field and, of course, which can impact our aquifer. Next slide, please. Sorry, my fingers aren't working. I can't flip my paper. So OPD, as y'all know, y'all deal with OPD a lot. They're the ones who set the requirements of what's being built where, and what are the constraints. So we work with the OPD to ensure that we get comments when there is something going in that could impact our aquifer or our groundwater area or, of course, our well field. So we work with them closely to provide comments if we have issues with anything going in that could potentially impact well fields in the future. Next slide, please. So we also work with the Groundwater Control Board. Quentin is actually sits on that board. He's our MLG&W representative. But mainly what they do is they look at the water permitting for private wells, construction codes. They do monitor, they do bore samples and things like that. And they have the same goal as we do to ensure the aquifer stays safe and no one does anything to impact it. So that's a great work with, and Quentin make sure that everything's done properly, that MLG&W has got a voice in what goes on with that. Next slide, please. Another important part of the wellhead protection plan that's written in the regs is outreach. We know it's very important to educate our customers that we need to protect our aquifer. So we work with Caesar on that as well. They have a pretty neat trailer. It's Water on Wheels. It goes out to schools and in public forums to explain the aquifer, explain how to protect the aquifer, and what things that you can do that could impact the aquifer and also impact water quality. So we also do radio spots. We bill stuffers and things like that to explain, common things that people do every day that could impact the aquifer. Really would suggest they not do. Next slide. It's also in our, that's right. We also do an annual report that's required that talks about what happened over the past year, if we had any issues in our system, or kind of what the water quality is for that year. We do 40,000 tests a year on our water throughout the county to ensure it's safe. So that's kind of the summary. I know that was kind of quick. So we're always changing. The wellhead protection plan is always changing. We work with Caesar on updates. We're doing some things with OPD right now to discuss better ways for us to work together in the future on that. We also partner with Caesar on the wellhead protection plan to make sure it's up to date, and we're doing the best we can for our most precious resource in Memphis and Shelby County. Questions?
Okay. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Can I get a map of the wellhead protection area?
You have to go look at it. Yeah, you can. We can set you up a time. We don't release it to the public, but you can go.
Security purposes, that's
correct.
Okay. Because there's a document that was filed in the clerk's office, I guess, as a I don't want to say whether it's litigated, but filed in the legal system, but it's missing the actual plan itself.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can schedule through Quentin. You can go down and view the entire thing.
How clandestine. And then just to clarify, because I think just as a private citizen on the water testing, I think there's always some confusion out there about like what we're testing versus what belongs to maybe like a Shelby County school building or a private entity. We test only our system for those reports, but you will test people's private water. That's not going into that annual report. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Right, yeah. Like if I wanted to bring you my tap water, say, hey, got it, okay.
Yeah, we do. We'll offer free testing to anybody for lead. That's mainly what people want to know about. And we have done some testing for Shelby County schools in the past. They do their own testing now. But and then we have required testing that we do for lead at certain customers' taps and also at our plants.
And we've got a mitigation plan specific to lead piping, right? Like that's been ongoing as part of as a consent decree, basically, or federal consent. No, we're just doing it.
We're just voluntarily doing it. We replace 1,000 residential services per year on lead lines on our side. And we've been doing that for around 5 years now.
Perfect. Sorry, I didn't mean to digress on that. It came out.
Lead and copper. Sorry, I leave copper out.
All right. Perfect. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So since he asked that question, how many more years do we have left on that project? Since the president says we're going to work on this infrastructure, especially lead pipes.
That's correct. There's lots of new things going on right now. As y'all are well aware, we're trying to, JT and all of us are staying abreast of when the funds are going to be available. We work through AWWA and TAUD are a couple of organizations that are kind of monitoring that, plus our own Cheryl Patterson is looking at the legislation and when we might get that get those funds. If we can increase the number that we're doing, that will be great. Right now, I think we know we have around 12 to 15,000 either lead or unknown. So if we go out and we look and we can't determine whether it's a lead line or not, we call that unknown and we're considering that a lead line. So when we dig the line up, we're replacing that as well.
So how long?
I will highlight too that right now EPA is about to promulgate the new lead and copper rule. So that's going to change some of the things that we do as far as on lead line replacements. They have some different definitions. So they're anticipating it being made effective at the end of December, but they're going now and having listening sessions in Memphis, held one a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That means the rule is going to change. It's going to dictate more about what the utility needs to do as far as with testing and also with lead line replacements. Okay. So it's going to probably force us to have to make some changes with it, as long as with how we treat the water maybe. But that's being promulgated right now.
According to your project timeline, how many more years do we have currently without any changes?
Our goal right now, we target about 1,000 a year. Last year we exceeded that. I think we did somewhere about 1,057 or something.
Yeah, a little over 1,000.
So if we've got about 12 to 15, that's all. That if nothing else changed, we're at about 10 years. Okay. We got about a 10-year time frame. But one thing I will add as well is with the potential for additional funds that would be made available through federal means, that could help facilitate one of the bigger challenges that we've been talking to our congressional folks about, which is the lead lines on the customer side. So we are replacing the service lines that we provide, that we serve up to the meter. But in many cases, as you all know, we have a lot of homes in places where they've got lead lines bringing the water from the meter to them. That's, even if we do what we do, that's still a bit of a challenge. So we're trying to make sure that if there are funds available, and I've had some conversations with some of our legislators about that, making sure that those funds can be used for that as well, to help customers to replace that portion. Because that's really where you get, we can do all we can, but if they still got lead lines in their homes, that's right. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I wanted us to hear, because I think that's important so that we can support that from a council perspective. That's really important, using those dollars to get the lead pipes at those homes. Okay, Councilman Morgan.
Thank you. Quick question. I think I just missed the number earlier. How large is a zone 1 and zone 2, or is it vary per wellhead?
It's varied per well field, so it depends on the time of travel for 10 years minimum, so they could vary in size.
Okay, what would the range be?
Zone 1 is 50.
I'm sorry, zone 2.
Zone 1 is 50, isn't it?
Yeah, zone 2. I'm sorry, yes, zone 2, yeah.
750 feet?
Yeah,
okay.
This is zone 1.
Okay, and that's radius?
Yeah.
Okay, and then zone 2, what's the range in terms of size? How big or small could it be?
That's a good question.
It's a time of travel, so
correct.
The state rule is 10 years, but in some well fields we actually have it greater, up to 40 years.
40 years.
time of travel.
You're talking, I don't know, jurisdiction, I mean.
Okay, well,
you
because
look at it
we're
on
talking
the
about
map.
mapping and size
Right.
and things like that, so I was, so the smallest one would be, 1,200 feet, and the largest would be 2,500 feet. I'm just trying to get a perspective for how big
depends
these
on
zones
hydrology.
are. Okay.
It depends on hydrology of the well field and how the water travels under the ground.
I get that. I was just asking for the range of the, okay.
So the next time you come back, we want the pictorial view so that we can see, what's actually going on.
So you want to see a diagram of a well and how it looks and all that?
And its relationship to the aquifer.
Oh, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay.
We were just mainly focusing on the wellhead protection plan and how the plan is. We just didn't want to bring a page, and we struggled with that. We had one, but it's one of those ones sometimes you get out and no telling what happens to it, so.
Yes.
I know we're dealing with Homeland Security in terms of.
Turn your mic on, please.
We're dealing with Homeland Security in order to protecting, public consumption of where these things are. That's why you hold them as close to the vest. But is it possible the next time you make a presentation about the wellhead protection plan that we could do a closed session, attorney-client, where you show us the diagram? You don't leave them here, but we can show them to the council members. You take them back to your place of business.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
think that's the way to do it, and then that might eliminate some of the.
That way you don't have to coordinate all of you or whoever's interested trying to get down there. I mean, we can do it. If we can do it that way, I think that'd be more efficient.
I can get really nerdy on that, get into the details.
Yeah, I know. I think it's
go all
important
into
to see.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we work get Cheryl to work with you on setting up the time, maybe at the next one to have a attorney-client where we can.
Right, okay. I think that might be helpful.
That's a great idea.
Because I've received the plan and I haven't made my trip down there. I need to go look at it.
Yeah, no, we can do that. That's good. That's a great point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Warren?
I guess this is piggybacking on that, but, it seems that if we're doing this much for Homeland Security, why do we have signs up that say Maori Pumping Station on the side of these things? I mean, the bottom line is if we're going to put signage on it, what are we really doing? And so if we really want to protect this and we don't want it out, maybe we ought to be taking our signs down. Point of information and point of thought. If it's really that sensitive that we can't give the council a map, then we probably don't need to put signs up. I just like your comments or thoughts on that.
Well, I don't know. I'll let them address that too. That's a good point. But I will say one distinction might be that a pumping station doesn't necessarily indicate the well field and the scope and span of that, right? So you may know where a actual pumping station exists, bricks and mortar and equipment, but beyond that, there are a number of areas where the actual well field is that's where we've got sensitivity, because that's where things get entered into. That's where more sensitivity is. But I hear you, and I'll let Nick and
our wells they don't have signs on our wells.
No.
Our actual wells outside, people know, living next door to them know there's a well behind them, but we don't have signage and all on our well lights. Our
pumping stations are not the wellheads.
No. They can be out.
No.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Yeah. Well, they're around it, but just other.
They are around.
See, this is a great lesson, and we appreciate that, but pictures would have helped.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Wade?
Yes.
Okay, Attorney Wade.
I think there's I'd like for you to talk about your interaction with TDEC. I mean, they approve your wellhead plan. You have to update your plan every 3 years, I understand, and they have to approve those iterations. Anytime there's a major change, you also have to get their blessing. Is that right? I mean,
that's correct.
I mean, let it go.
TDEC is our regulatory authority. We do everything through them. Our sanitary survey that we have, our lead and copper rule that we have, all that goes through the TDEC, the local Tennessee, who is the arm of the EPA.
Right.
So that is our regulatory authority for all of these matters.
Okay.
Drinking water.
And then when we talk about private wells, those wells, I mean, don't they have to have their own well protection plan that TDEC approves? I think that's what the regulations indicate.
Yeah. They go through the Shelby County Health Department has a database, and they work, I guess, in conjunction with the Groundwater Control Board, and they promulgate the rules and they enforce the rules. They got to register all the wells on there. And they also tell what they can and can't do and ensure they're in compliance.
But let's say Collierville has a well. They have one well, as I understand it. They have to have their own wellhead protection
Absolutely.
plan. Okay, so I mean, that,
Any
if you're a major well, you do have to go to TDAC and get
Any
that.
public water system definitely has to have a wellhead.
Okay.
Yes, and Caesar does the wellhead protection plan for the other municipalities as well.
All right, and I just want to, for full disclosure, tell you that I have, when you charged me with doing due diligence, I did talk to Nick and with Quentin, and I want to tell you, I learned more about this than I ever wanted to know.
They're the gurus.
They are very knowledgeable about
They are
what
the
they
gurus.
Right,
I will
talking
say.
about water.
Yeah, they do a great job.
We might still be having a boil water advisory if it wasn't for these two. I'm just telling you, seriously. They're good. They and their team do a great job.
We appreciate it, and this is a very important topic, not just for Memphis, but for our citizens and for the region as well. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you so much. It's becoming very informative information, but I also recognize the fact that the time is short. So I would like for you to come back and give us more information actually on the testing of the water and that process. I think the citizens would like to know what's actually being done as regards to testing. And then I would also like to have a presentation from Caesar to know what services that they actually provide in this operation. So if I could get that in the near future, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
And staff, if you reach out to Councilwoman Johnson and see if she can't do a tour of the water lab, I think that would be very informative. Okay. Okay. She said, oh, just bring pictures. But it means a lot more if you go over there and look. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not about the wellheads or the water, but since President Young's here and Director Connect is in the back of the room, what can we do and provide better communication between MLGW and Public Works so that we don't have, and I know that sometimes it's unavoidable, but so that we don't go in and repave a street and then 3 months later we tear it up.
Yeah, great question.
And I get that problems happen, water mains break, but when you've got a newly paved road and then you go in and dig it up and it's patched, it's just never quite the same.
You're correct, and we have been, and fortunately Nick Newman is here, who's had a long history in that regard, and we have been trying to work, of course, with Director Connect and others in Public Works to make sure that we are better coordinated on those. As you said, sometimes those are resulting from emergency things that happen. There have been occasions where we've just had planning. We had where our schedules were not coordinated well. We take ownership for those times when that has happened at our behest. But I will tell you that we are working diligently to make sure that that is minimized and mitigated. I know that, and you can add to that, Nick, because you've had several years of experience with that.
Yeah, and we get the paving schedule from the city, and we are working with them. We did have a boo-boo on Yates. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, where
That's probably the one he's talking about.
That's top of mind.
That's the poster child. That was we own that.
But what we did do is we actually held off paving that for 3 years. So the job, and we answered the questions on that particular one. We knew we stopped the job. It was a system improvement job we really needed to do. We were able to put it off for a couple of years to delay it. But that one is one I know of. The other ones, I think we're doing a lot better job, and I hope Robert will agree with me that we are doing a better job and keep and coordinate those better. But every now and then, they'll go out there and pave it. The next day you got a leak in the middle of the street, we got to dig up. We are working with them.
Well, and if there's any way that the 13 of us can help with the communication, because I know that on Director Connect's side, there's extreme urgency to get as many roads paved as fast as possible. People complain about our roads every day. So I get that, and he's doing the best he can to. So if there's a reason that there's a delay because there is some infrastructure that has to go in, we can put it out through our channels to say, look, we know that the road's in bad shape. We have you on the schedule, but here's the reason why it's being delayed, so that at least people can maybe understand a little bit better, and are a little nicer about when there's a delay for the road being paved.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And, Mr. Connect, do you agree?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. I just want to have a clarification. When we talk about the 1,500 lines, those are not residential. Those are the ones that we see along Peabody, McLean, as far as the lines being replaced over the next 10 years or so.
15,000.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Service.
They're pretty much in the parkway, some in South Memphis, some in North Memphis. So that is our oldest construction in the city, so those will be the ones that would have the lead lines.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so, but currently we do not have a residential replacement plan. Is that correct?
We do not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But we really expect that to come out in the lead and copper rule. There is some, we reviewed it, and there's some verbiage in there that puts some of the responsibility on us, even though those lines are ours. Okay. So we got to figure out in the future how we're gonna do that. But there is some verbiage in the lead and copper for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chairman Smiley and Chairman Smiley of the Public Works. And we have about 5 minutes of your meeting. Where is it?
Yep. He's gone.
Okay, thank you. President Young, you want to introduce the next presentation?
Sure, I'm going to introduce, I know Mark Yates is here. Mark, do you want to bring your team up, or is it just you and? So he's going to talk about the mitigation efforts at the Allen plant. I know there were some questions regarding that at a prior meeting, and so Mark Yates, as so many of you know, Mark, who has come in as an executive for the western part of TVA. He's got this area, and so he's going to give you all an update on that.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, JT. Allow me to introduce myself. Madam Chairman, thank you for allowing us to be here. Let me take this off, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, thank you for allowing us to be here, and other council members. My name is Mark Yates, and I am the West Region Vice President for TVA. My colleagues with me this morning are Scott Turnbow, Dr. Scott Turnbow. Scott is VP of Civil Projects. Cedric Adams, here Cedric Adams is Principal and Project Manager. Kim Kessler Arnold, she's a hydrologist. She's with Stantec, and also Latrivia Welch, Project Manager with us as well. So what we will do for you this morning, if we may, and take a few minutes, is just to go through some history, and also to look at the environmental assessment, and lastly, restoration, and open it up for any questions and any comments and any observations that we have, and we can address. So I'll swing it over to Scott and let him, Dr. Turnbow, if you will, lead us off, please.
All right, thank you very much. Real pleasure to be here with you and share with you a little bit about the project we're doing there at the Allen Fossil Plant. And to be clear about that, so there's no confusion, there's the Allen Fossil Plant that used to burn coal that's there. And then about several hundred yards away is the new Allen Combined Cycle. So two different things. I'm going to be talking specifically about the Allen Fossil Plant project and the progress we're making there. So in particular, I want you to know right off the bat that every decision that we have made at that Allen Fossil Plant and on that project has been with regard to making the right decision, both based on our commitment to the people of Memphis, and then ultimately based on the science and data that we have assimilated over many years to understand what is the right thing to do for the site based on that data at the site. And so ultimately, protecting the Memphis sands aquifer is our goal. We actually have a shared, I think, with the community, with each other, that we want to protect that natural resource. And so the actions we have taken thus far, you're going to see have made an impact there, or are going to long term and continue that protection. So far the project is underway. It is a project where we're going to be removing material both from the east area as well as the west area. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we get into the project itself, but there's an east area, a piece of property to the east of the plant, and a piece of property to the west. And we'll be removing the material from that site, and we're in the process of project in process now. Also, this closure by removal process is really about removing the source, and then also dealing with groundwater that is there that has been affected for years. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. And then ultimately, that's kind of where we are. But to get to that point where we talk about making the right decision for the site based on the science and the data, I want to back up a little bit on how we got to where we are. And many of you may already know this, but just want to talk about it just briefly, is in the 1950s, MLGW built the Allen Fossil plant. And so that plant was in, and then shortly thereafter, around 65, TVA began to lease the MLGW site, the power plant itself, and make power for MLGW. Then when we get to 1984, we leased it all that amount of time. In 1984, TVA purchased the actual fossil plant itself, the power plant itself. We did not purchase the east property. We did not purchase the west property. So we don't own those two pieces of property or the materials that are on them. And I'll get to the point on that here in just a second. So that gets us up to 2015. And in 2015, across the entire United States, the EPA issued a rule talking about the safe management of coal combustion residuals, coal ash, bottom ash, gypsum. And so in that, there's a lot of regulation there, a lot of things that have to be done to ensure that the safe storing of ash is assimilated. At the same time, the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation issued a commissioner's order right on the backs of that. It goes a little bit beyond what the EPA CCR rule asks for. It's a little bit more invasive, a little bit more in detail. And so together, TVA went into parallel paths implementing both the TDEC order and the CCR rule. That gets us back to the two pieces of property and the ownership of that property. At that same time, we entered into a memorandum of agreement with the City of Memphis, MLGW, Port Commission, and Shelby County. I'm not sure I got them all. A memorandum of agreement at that time saying, okay, we're going to take responsibility for implementing the CCR rule and the TDEC order and whatever remediation needs to take place on that site. That was in 2015 timeframe, thereabouts. And so since then, we've had quarterly meetings with the MOA. Every quarter, we're talking about how the progress is going, et cetera. Okay, so as we're implementing the TDEC order and the CCR rule, one of the components of that to put in a monitoring of understanding what the groundwater is doing underneath the ground, right? So we put in all these, they call them monitoring wells, but I don't want to confuse it with the wells we were talking about earlier. It's really just a sampling point to be able to go down into the earth, take a little bit of water, sample it, and collect it and understand what's going on. That's kind of the idea. So we put in a network at the time, and we found some areas of interest both on the north side of the east area as well as the south side of the east area. And those two areas were elevated readings, something we had not seen this magnitude at any other of our sites. So we did a detailed investigation of the site to try to understand what was causing that issue. Couldn't find a smoking gun, so to speak. And so out of an abundance of caution, we entered into with the Department of Remediation, with TDEC, Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, we entered into a division remediation program specifically for that site. Now remember, I mentioned earlier that the TDEC Commissioner's Order has a long duration of investigation of the site, environmental studies, et cetera, that would take us out to roughly 2023 if we just followed that process of ultimately getting to corrective action for whatever it might be on any site. We're doing that across the state of Tennessee at all of our sites. So that's happening. But when this came up, in discussions with TDEC, we decided that they have just decided is that to move a little faster, we'll bring this site into the Department of Remediation so we could expedite it. Now, I'm saying expedite. I know many of you are saying, man, it's taking a long time out there, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But the bottom line is we've been in parallel paths of executing the TDEC order and the Department of Remediation. And that gets us into this timeline of all the activities that have gone on since 2017. Starting in 2017, there is an extensive investigation of the water, analysis of the soils. We're taking actual samples of the soil, we call them borings. So we basically go in and bore into the earth, go real deep, so we can understand the geologic structure, where the clay is, where the soil is, where the sand is, so we can start to understand the conditions of the site. Everything's happening underground. No one can see what it looks like under there. And it's just like going to the doctor when you've got some sort of issue, right? You don't know what it is. You go to the doctor. He starts or she starts to work on you and do testing on you to try to figure out what's really going on. The same concept here It's just on a larger scale, lots of acres, lots of area. So in the process of that, we've been doing this investigation in 2017, 18, 19, into 20, whole time meeting with MOA, meeting with TDEC, regular updates, and working towards understanding and characterizing the site. At the same time, working on a remediation plan based on the information we were gathering at each of those intervals in 17, 18, 19. And so to get to the best solution, you ultimately have to do some pilot testing along the way. And so instead of waiting to the end and getting everything approved on understanding what the investigation revealed or the environmental assessment, we've actually, in conjunction with TDEC, worked on trying to understand what we could do and consolidate that and get to the remediation much, much quicker. And so that's what you see. We have a remedial investigation plan that was sent to TDEC, a ROD, a record of decision that TDEC has at the moment. And so all this combined together gets us to where we are today in terms of implementing all those measures we have discussed, worked on these multiple years, okay? So ultimately, when that's all happening, we're at the point now where we're basically three big things are going to happen going forward. One is this extensive groundwater monitoring that we're doing at the site. We have 100 monitoring points, okay? 100, that's a lot of samples around this perimeter of this facility. And each of those, and some of those are like at maybe 50 feet deep, 100 feet deep, 150 feet deep. The whole idea is to be able to understand the area of impact, understand how close or how far away we are from the clay layer that we're concerned about. And so to date, all the public information that we have, all the information we have is publicly available. Find it on our website, find it from TDEC, and all no adverse impact to the Memphis aquifer from activities at the island site, okay? And so anyway, we're going to move forward, clean that site up, and in long term, it looks like long term we will be wrapping that site up over the course of the next 8 to 9 years. Gets us to 2030 is our schedule at the moment. And the whole idea of that schedule is not only cleaning up the material, so we're cleaning up the material, we're pumping water out of the ground, that's the other piece of it, and we're actually dealing with cleaning up the groundwater, so we pump the water out of the ground, and basically the areas of impact we'll see them start to consolidate and reduce in size until those areas are cleaned up. We pump the water out, we treat it, and then ultimately also remove the material. So when we get to the end, roughly in 2030, not only will the material be gone, we're anticipating that the groundwater will be cleaned up, and then ultimately restore the site so it can be used for economic development. That's the goal, and that's the plan. Meanwhile, during all this time that I've been talking about, all these this investigation and remediation has been taking place, on a regular basis, we have spent time in the community in various areas, both in 18, 19, 20, even during the pandemic, of having community involvement, community meetings, sharing what we're finding as we're going, because we're learning as we go. We want to share that and make sure people have an opportunity to comment and know what's happening there and what we're doing. Because at the end of the day, just like you, I'm a public servant, we're public servants, and our ultimate goal is to defend all people of the valley. And that's where we are.
We have a couple of questions. Dr. Warren, anybody else?
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I guess the question that I have is, what is the disaster plan that we have in place, or do you have anything in case we have some massive flood? If you've been looking at the effects of climate change and stuff, I guess that's my concern. Is we're looking now at 9 years to get this done. You know, do we have 9 years before we have a big flood? What happens if a flood overruns those ash areas? What will that do to the aquifer and the rest of the valley? You know, I know we had that horrible spill up in central Tennessee near Nashville where we had a coal ash spill that was, you know, they brought people in dramatically to clean that up. Do we have a plan that, you know, can get this done sooner? And if not, why not? Is there a reason that we couldn't do it more rapidly?
Yep, those are great questions. And a couple of comments on that is, first of all, the levee, there's a core levee that actually is the divider dike, I'll call it, between McKellar Lake and our ash facility, right? And so as part of that CCR rule, is understanding the stability of all that and making sure all that is maintained. We have around-the-clock monitoring networks, not just groundwater, but I'm talking about stability monitoring. Matter of fact, world-class, nobody else has it. We created it ourselves about 8 years ago. So that we're monitoring that site all the time. So with that being said, that's part one. Part two is the pond itself, the old East Ash area, which was a pond. The water's been brought down in that, so there's capability to handle water in a major rain event. That's part number two. And I can't remember the exact time frame. Maybe somebody can help me on the date. But over the past 10 years, I remember there being a serious flood, maybe 2011, thank you. I couldn't remember. And so we know how that performed based on that. So there's those things are in play. Ultimately, the bottom line is all the data shows that we're not affecting the Memphis aquifer. We have monitoring networks below the pond itself. And so we know what's coming on the site, off the site. So a disaster like you're referring to, I don't see that happening. And certainly we do have emergency response plans in place.
Compared to that 2011 flood, how many feet more would the river have to rise to go over that levee?
I do not recall that number at the moment. I don't recall.
I mean, I
don't remember exactly.
I don't know that number either, but I think it's probably important that we do know it, because it may be that one of the things that we need to be thinking about as we're doing this is, do we need to get that levee higher in case we have one of these catastrophic events occur? You know, you just look at what happened in Germany just last week, so I think we've got to be thinking about worst case scenarios, because that is a toxic, event that would be catastrophic for the community and the aquifer if it did occur.
Yeah. Appreciate your comments on that. Thank you. I want to follow up that just one of the things we did put in place in 2010, after the Kingston event, was emergency response plans for every site. They're very robust. They meet dam safety qualifications, et cetera, for just such things you're mentioning.
I'm glad to hear what you've done with the levee. That sounds really good to know that you've got extra stuff. But
no, I love the question, and part of that resides with our coordination with the Army Corps of Engineers also. So my colleague over there, I'm sorry, beg pardon. I said I love the question, and it resides with the Army Corps of Engineers, part of it. So in coordination, so making sure at that level that we do, if we do come back before you, we'll speak to that definitively.
I just think it makes some reasonable sense, simply because we're seeing all sorts of events, globally. We don't want to be caught, unawares if we had a chance to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. We have 3 other members of the council. If anybody else needs to speak, they asked me to try to wrap this up. So we have Johnson, Ford, and Jones in that order. And as soon as Johnson finishes, Ford, you can pick up, and then Jones.
I want to be last, please.
You want to be last? Okay.
Because mine don't have nothing to do with what this. I need to ask something.
Okay. Johnson, Jones, and then Ford.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. What I'm understanding is there will be actually 2 products that you're going to try to remove. Sounds like it's water and ash. Am I correct? Did I understand it correctly? And you talked about pumping of the water. Where are you pumping the water, and where are you taking it?
That's a great question. We're actually we're in the process of building on site, and over the course of the next several months, we're building a water treatment facility. So the water will come out, and that was part of the pilot testing, was how we would take the water out, how we would treat the water. And so ultimately we will treat that water, once we extract it from the earth, be back to meeting standards, and then we ultimately discharge into the sanitary sewer system is, I think, the plan on that. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that. That's great. Okay, so that's that part. Do you have another piece?
The ash.
The ash goes to a permitted landfill, state-of-the-art landfill, here in Shelby County.
Where?
Republic.
What geographically location is this ash being taken to?
It is it's called the South Shelby landfill near the airport.
Oh, in South Memphis.
South of Memphis.
Oh, that could be a problem.
We did an extensive environmental assessment, EIS, NEPA process, have had public meetings on that, et cetera, on that location.
You've had public meetings in regards to placing the ash in that location?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Question, when?
We had one, it was a actual virtual one back in November, I believe it is. And then we've had other ones along the way as we worked up to that meeting. And I don't remember the exact dates or where they were at the moment, but we have had those.
You couldn't find any other location other than South Memphis to take the ashes to?
Nice thing to calculate. Everybody will come down.
Were other locations considered?
Other locations were considered. We went to, I believe it was a 300-mile radius, if I remember correctly, 300-mile radius. So that is, there's one down in Tunica, a waste management facility.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's right.
But the further you go, the more, the more you're on the road.
Well, it may be worth it. I mean, moving it, period, from one location to the next is going to be an issue. So taking a few more feet or miles is not going to be a major problem once you have it capsulated in some format to remove it. You know, so that's going to be where it's going to be located for the rest of its lifetime?
That is the plan, yes, ma'am.
Now, then, I guess we're going to have some more questions. I'm sure this is coming back up. I'm sorry.
We're going to put a moratorium on South Memphis.
Right. Because, I mean, I didn't know about it. You know, and I wonder how many other people didn't know about the fact that you were actually dumping the ash in South Memphis by the airport. Oh, okay. How long do you think this should take for you to get the 9 years to get it over there?
It's something like that, yes, ma'am. And so that's what we're looking at. And that also, that part of that, it has to do with the actual restoration of the site as well. So completing the site. So we're looking at 2030 as the tentative date. We'll look for opportunities to expedite that as we get into the project. There's, obviously it's a very complex and comprehensive project. We'll just have to see how that goes as we go to see if we can bring that back.
I guess I need to know more about it because I would guess once you extract it from the site, you should be placing it in some type of container or something. How is that process actually taking place? I mean, and Chairwoman, you may decide we need to come back. We need to come back. But I'd like to know the detail on how you actually moving this ash across South Memphis. And then how you dumping it in South Memphis.
And we need pictures.
Well,
we need to see what it looks like.
I knew you were going to say that about the pictures. I had a feeling. But I tell you what, probably the best way to see this and understand it and the scope and scale of it is to really maybe work with Mark to get a visit out there and see it firsthand. The entire site, what does it look like? And then you'll know, not by picture, but you'll know the full scale of what's happening there.
Okay. The owner of the land, is the city of Memphis owns the land that we're putting it on?
No, that not sure. Not sure about the Republic. It's Republic is the owner of the landfill. I'm not sure who owns that.
Did they have to get a permit for that?
Through the state of Tennessee, the Tennessee Department of Environmental
Back to the state of Tennessee, controlling our.
Wait just a minute.
Your question was how do they get a hazardous materials permit for it versus just getting a general landfill? Well, it's not a hazardous material. It's not classified as a material. It's based by the EPA.
Okay, members, let's get our questions out so they can come back next time. And it would be nice if you submit your questions so they'll be prepared. And you can send a drawing out so we can get a real visual of what's going on out there. We don't actually have to be present. We have enough technology now that we can get a good picture of what's going on. Councilman Jones, Carlisle, and then Ford.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Can you talk about the actual estimated volume of ash that we're talking about? Because that coal plant was in existence from how long to how long?
From the 50s until 2018.
Okay.
So, there was whatever that ends up being, about 60-something years, 70 years.
And so is that estimated volume?
Yeah, it's right around, and I don't have the number perfectly in mind, but it's right around 3 million cubic yards.
Okay.
Kind of right? Correct. 3 million cubic yards.
And and I know it's the different circumstances dealing with the Kingsport site, but was the removal of that another place within that same locale?
It was placed back. Yes, there was two things. One was the actual cleanup was taken off site, the permitted landfill, and then there was some that was placed back into the actual cell as it was rebuilt with a containment wall, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Kind of complicated,
Okay.
but anyway.
Okay.
Can you do some follow-up questions in writing, because they're pressing me for this next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carlisle,
Yes, this is generally, because this goes to everything that
just ask the question,
is
please.
going on. What's the debt load of TVA right now? 8 billion? What's the debt load of TVA? $8 billion? Mid-20s?
Well, if I recall,
It was 8 billion.
maybe, no, I remember something like 17, 18.
Okay, fine. Call it $17 million. The issue with all of this discussion around clean energy, et cetera, is the life cycle of your assets, right? And the capital depreciation once they're placed into service. The President of the United States has a $1.9 trillion infrastructure package. TVA should be lobbying that as a part of that package, their $20 billion debt is basically forgiven. And then you guys can immediately start on new facilities as well as remediation efforts that can accelerate. $20 billion is a drop in the bucket in a $1.9 billion debt plan. So I don't understand why that conversation is not ongoing, because it changes your talking point on your ability to get to cleaner renewable energy faster. So something to think about and talk to Jeff Lyash about. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ford. And then we're closing out. I'm so sorry, Councilman Smiley.
Y'all don't want less today.
Thank you. What I wanted to ask don't have anything to do with this, but issue was brought up that if it's not toxic, why are you all moving it?
We ended up getting to the point where it's not toxic, but where there is some sort of affected area that has caused some movement of metals in that area. We don't know if it was from the ash or if it was from something else. That was the extensive investigation we did. And so out of an abundance of caution, we're digging that up, moving that to it. And this is the state of the practice, is moving those from older facilities to lined facilities. They have a liner.
Okay.
Doing it everywhere across the whole country.
Okay. Now, appreciate y'all coming, but this is not my question that I want to ask. I need to ask MLGNW since I got TVA here. Look, funds for the elderly, for installation in their homes. What do you all have out there for them?
For installations.
Yeah, like windows, things like that.
Well, that's
Horizon to take their bills down.
Sure. Probably the most well-known one is the Share the Pennies program that has been going on now for probably 3 years, 2.5, 3 years. That's an available program that's active currently. And then also there's the Home Uplift program. I don't know that, there's
I need a
2 or 3
list of all of those different things because I know we got to move on.
We'll
I
send
have TVA here. I want y'all to find some money to help some of these elderly people that's in the city of Memphis to do all these different things. I'm on a run to at least get about $10 million. I want y'all to be able to help us, okay? This is only for the elderly. I'm trying to get roofs on their homes. I'm trying to get installations and things like that. You all are the ones that, hey, there's a lot of things out there. You don't have to answer the question right now. I just need y'all to do it in 2 weeks. I'm going to have a committee, and then I'd like for y'all to come back to me. This is very important, okay? They're on fixed incomes, everything else, and hey, and we got to take care of that. That's why, since you all are here, y'all got some money, bring us some here. Like gas and water, y'all move some around. Bring some here for our elderly, you understand? And I would appreciate that, okay? Right. I'm through. That's my issue.
Okay, thank you.
I have to take care of people in the
Thank you. We'll make sure that the Share the Pennies report will be coming forward. So we went from, so you'll know, Councilman Ford, $48,000 a year. We're up to about $3 million a year in contributions from the citizens of Memphis. Yeah. And the last contribution from TVA, I think, was $1 million, and he's asking for more. Thank you for asking. Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned, and please make sure you send your questions to Lakivia so that we'll be ready for our next meeting. Thank you. Right.
Sounds like council meetings are back to rolling. Ms. King, can we call roll, please?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Colvette. Councilman Morgan. Chair Smiley.
I'm here, and I would like to note that Councilman Carlisle said he would be back momentarily. He wants everyone to know that he's in this building. All right, we have 8 items on the agenda. We're going to start with item number 1. An added change order to appropriate additional contract construction funds in the amount of $181,564 for project number PW01064, streetscape and improvement for Elvis Presley Boulevard from Commercial Parkway to Winchester, District 3 and 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request to save 9 minutes. Can I get motion? Moved by Corvette.
Second.
Seconded by a lot of members on this body. Someone from the administration to speak to this item. Directors.
Yes, sir.
It's a great day.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we're asking for on this change order is basically a appropriation of additional approximately $182,000. This project is a grant-funded project. This request is for our match towards the additional work that was performed as part of that improvement along Elvis Presley Boulevard between Commercial Parkway and Winchester.
Okay, I'm just gonna look to the left, and there's a council member for District 6 that I know has something to say about this item. I'm just gonna assume that he wants to speak. Councilman Ford.
Thank you. They came out and we looked at everything, and I'm kind of okay with it right this minute with this and what the amount is for. And then they kind of looked at all them weeds I got over there. So we're going to take care of that issue, the rest of it. So I'm good with it.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. I feel like we have some very wise directors. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, good sir.
Look, colleagues, I had an opportunity over the last 2 weeks to go by there, and I'm no horticulturist or anything, know about plants and weeds and all of that, but as I drove down Elvis Presley, it looked just like the stuff I just see growing any other place. So, sometimes you just have to see things for yourself. Usually at that area, that easement, whatever we want to call it, right away, we see just regular planted grass, whatever the case may be. But, I think we have to, and I know that this was the state's doing, but and I think about this as I looked at the plans for Mud Island. We have to think about the ongoing maintenance and how stuff is going to look 4, 5, 6 years down the road, and whether we still are going to be able to commit to maintaining it in the same way that it's first presented. So I just wanted to make those comments public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then can I say one more comment?
The floor is yours, good sir.
The thing about it, it's a state highway, so the state is on it. But after talking with y'all, they're going to give it to us, huh?
So he is correct. Once the work is done, it's outside the street proper, it would become the property owner's responsibility to maintain it. So I think that's something we need to make sure in talking to Councilman Ford, that we communicate, because there's some who are not going to be familiar with what it would be required, because they are unique, because they are water drought resistant. They are meant to be low impact, easier to maintain. But we are revisiting this whole discussion as part of, we have other phases that we're going to be reevaluating and talking to TDOT.
Any additional comments from this body? No? Ditto. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of this chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, discussion regarding the ordinance to amend Chapter 33, Article 1, Article 2, Divisions 1 through 4, Article 3, Divisions 1 through 4, to delete Article 2, Divisions 5 and 6, and create a new Article 4, Divisions 1 through 6 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances to update permit and discharge associated requirements for the industrial and other use use of the city sewer system in accordance with federal and state regulations to provide for protection of city public-owned treatment works, including the sanitary sewer collection system, all council districts sponsored by the administration.
So moved. Second.
I love y'all. Anyone here to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Robert,
Mr. Connect, good to see you again.
Good to see you. So, I had a presentation. I'm going to try to vicious in this, and I apologize, but this is a complicated subject. So, in short, what we have done is our sewer use ordinance was in 7 different chapters. So we're consolidating it into one chapter as one of the main focus of this, so it's easier as a reference. And then we are updating it and making some changes that needed to be done, needed to be incorporated. Many of those regulatory, but also out of what we have done and what we needed to do through other changes that have happened in time. So first slide, please. So again, this consolidates pre-treatment into one section. It includes modifications to the permit and discharge industries. So we have permitted industries, around 100 industries that are permitted by the city. The state, by the state of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, TDEC, you've heard that name many times now. We authorized to control who discharges to our sewer system. So we want to make sure what they discharge, convey, and treat, because our plants have to treat everything before we discharge it to the river. And our permit state sets those limits on how the wastewater we treat and ultimately discharge, what it looks like. So that's why it's more of a comprehensive, all-in-one approach, where we have to manage all those little factors to ensure that we can treat the wastewater successfully. That's what it really comes down to, so that it complies with the permit. So again, we want to protect our plants. So that's another in our collection system, because some industrial users are their effluent is very industrial in nature. So we want to make sure it doesn't have anything very difficult for us to treat and or hazardous for us to treat. We also are going to clarify how we manage our outlying customers. So you may recall that we treat 5 municipalities wastewater in unincorporated Shelby County. So we manage Germantown, portions of Bartlett, portions of Collierville, portions of Lakeland, portions of Horn Lake, Mississippi, in DeSoto County, and in unincorporated Shelby County. We treat about 900,000 citizens wastewater in the area. So our reach is far beyond just our municipal Shelby County, municipal city of Memphis. This is reviewed and approved, which is important because we need their approval, obviously, because we are mandated the sewer use. And then we did a comprehensive previously enacted ordinances to Chapter 23. So everything's in one location again. So just real quick, like this, the significant applications, we added a pretreatment authority, which is important for us in managing industrial customers. We added a modified definition to better clarity of the intent of the sewer use ordinance. We added a new Division 5 to address concerns about potential impact of discharges from outlying jurisdictions. So again, we need to be able to ensure that the outlying jurisdictions are providing us what we prefer to have in terms of wastewater discharges, or that it complies regulatorily. Decisions are made to focus on protecting the treatment plants. Again, that's really important, in avoiding NPDES violations. We added a number of definitions, including action level and other user. Those are just for our benefit and clarification. We added a safe harbor defense, which is for industry. We can explain that if someone wants more detail about it. And then we actually have the ability to gather a different information from those industries, so we have more updated information. And I won't go through this, in much more depth unless we really want to. I provided some of the general overviews. Again, on this page, one of the keys is corrosivity. We had previous provisions, had some challenges here working with industry, give them more flexibility, but also comply regulatorily with state laws. We also want to clarify what limitations from those industries also did. We have adequate capacity within our collection and treatment system. We want to make sure as we grow, we have the capacity to serve. And the last page is closing comments, and I think I've covered those pretty much overall. I don't think I need to go into details. It's a pretty substantive change. I think most likely the focus again is on regulatory compliance and managing our industrial users more effectively as the highlights of this. So I said technical information here, so I don't want to burden anybody with a lot of technical information, but that's the main importance of this, is consolidation, updating, compliance with regulatory compliance, better management of our industrial customers, and assurance that we protect our plants, our employees, and our collection system.
Councilman Warren, the floor is yours, good sir.
Just two questions. Can you explain to me what Graves Creek and Mary's Creek special sewer service areas, why they're there, and, you know, what that means?
Yes, sir. Under the previous growth plan of the city, the growth was towards expansion. So we installed sanitary sewers in unincorporated Shelby County with the intent that those were Memphis Reserve. Once they reached a certain threshold, we would annex. And that obviously was a growth plan that failed us over time because it never really met the city's objective of obtaining the revenue, the growth, and helping to keep our costs down. Basically the opposite. We talked much about that. Memphis 3.0 has reversed that decision. We did de-annexed areas as well. So kind of the leading why about Graves Creek or Mary's Creek. Years ago, though, we started to expand our collection system out into the area called Graves Creek and Mary's Creek. So if you're in Cordova, the east of Cordova, out towards as if it's used to be Macon Road area, the Graves Creek. But if Graves Creek is actually a stream, so that stream is kind of what it gets. Mary's Creek is actually a stream out there that actually drains into Graves Creek. So we built major infrastructure out into that area, but also because of the cost and elements took a while to actually incorporate those or annex those areas, we developed special fees that they pay a premium. There is a special fee assessed to those users there. Mary's Creek was never fully built. Council stopped that on 2013, roughly 2012. I have staff here. I should recognize my staff. 2012, 2011. I want to say we stopped the expansion of Graves Creek, Mary's Creek out that way. Now we've also stopped expansion of sewers into unincorporated Shelby County. That decision was also made in 2018. So we have actually limited all actual growth out there. So those are the areas that we serve, that we have to continue to serve because we have agreed to, but we're not expanding. So that's what that means.
Okay. And is there a way that under the group of pollutants that you have in here, we could put coal ash?
So our permit.
No, it's a serious question.
No, I understand. I understand. Our regulations are based on the federal guidelines. So we adhere to our guidelines based on what we see and what is discharged to us and what the state requires us to do. We permit industry based on what is federal standards. So if it's an FCR, federal compliance requirement, we would then have to incorporate it into our permits.
So do you know whether coal ash is one of those chemicals or substances that we could put in there by the federal writ? Do you have any idea whether that's something we could add to this?
We could take it under advisement. It depends on the constituents. Heavy metals and metals are already part of our compliance. Part of the coal ash issue does have, because it has a heavy metal component that they're talking about, is part of what we permit. So Tasha King Davis, she's over our industrial monitoring and pretreatment program, and Scott Morgan, he's over all of our wastewater collection and treatment programs. So Tasha and we interact with all of our customers, TVA being an example of that, and monitor them for what they do, because they are discharging to our sanitary sewer system. The goal being that our biological process can, through what we do, help clean it up. And if it doesn't, then we process it further and it gets handled through biosolids. So we do have ways to manage certain industrial flows. We do monitor that and make sure we're doing it in compliance, but I would have to, Tasha and I would have to research this. I don't know if Tasha, you have any thoughts on that yet? But we probably have to do some research on this and follow back up with you on that thought.
If you find out we can do it, can you bring us back an amendment to this that we could add later?
We'd have to talk to the state as well, but give us some time to explore that and give you a report back on that option.
Thank you, Doc. Councilwoman, you will withdraw? Okay, is there anyone else in the queue? It appears all hearts and minds clear. Can we have a vote on this item? All those in favor? Discussion, okay, we can just move on. All right. Item number 3, a discussion as well. Discussion regarding a resolution requesting the approval of the sale of city-owned property known as 1925 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104, parcel ID number 016052000029, 0160520028, and 0160520022, the former Union Avenue Police Precinct, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a note the item will also be on the regular agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Warren, second by Councilwoman Robinson. Sounds like we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Director Adams, the floor is yours, good sir.
I'm Antonio Adams, Division Director of General Services. I am here with the Union Station Group, who will provide a presentation of their projected or proposed project on that location. Afterwards, if there are any questions of the administration or of General Services with respect to the process, I'll be willing to provide any questions or answers to that as well. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our group. Please introduce yourself along with the address as well.
Sam Patel, 9639 Grays Meadow, Memphis, Tennessee, 38018.
And I'm Cameron Taylor, Memphis, Tennessee, 1844, which is just a stone's throw from this piece of land.
All right, go ahead.
As some of you have seen, we have submitted a proposal that we believe is perspective, it's the most brings in the most revenue from the city, but we also believe that it's the highest and best use at this time for the property. We are having some ongoing discussions about maybe a little different composition, but at this point we're proceeding with this one. It's going to have three pieces. It will have a select service hotel component. It will have retail component, which will likely have a fast casual restaurant and perhaps a financial institution, a bank of some sort, and also a condominium component would be for sale. Condominiums, not rental. It's just to make that distinction. And it would have those three components. We plan to have the select service hotel will be a high quality hotel, would likely be a Hilton branded hotel, that to be determined. It will be a project that generates considerable revenue for the city, for the TDZ from a tax perspective. That's something that I know some of the other proposals did not offer. It will provide a hotel, select service hotel that is not available. There are plenty of hotels downtown, there are plenty of hotels in East Memphis, and there's really nothing in between. We feel like there's a need for that and it will be successful. We also feel like there's a need for the condos because there are a lot of people in Central Gardens who love living in Central Gardens, love the area, and they have a lot of upkeep with some of the houses there. So this is kind of an idea that we think will suit them. We believe condos very well. There have been other condo sales in the area, notably around Overton Square. And we expect these to do similarly well. Overall, the project will be an asset to the city. Again, from the TDZ perspective, we're going to generate funds that other projects would not. It's going to provide opportunities for others to live downsize and stay in their area. It will provide dining opportunities that aren't currently available and perhaps financial opportunities as well. And it's not going to, I know some concerns that it's not going to be a hotel that would go to the dog, so to speak. The name, as some of you remember, the Admiral Benbow, that's come up a time or two. Many years ago, believe it or not, it was a nice hotel, and then it sort of went down with the neighborhood, and that's kind of what happens. That's what makes a hotel sort of deteriorate. The neighborhood goes first, and I can assure you, as you all know, as active as Central Gardens is, that there's no danger of the neighborhood deteriorating anytime soon.
Or taxes, I know last meeting.
Sam's speaking.
Yeah, on the last meeting, there was, I guess, discussion about the appraisal value and what we came up as an offer and things like that. We believe, again, and through our free process as the city did, we came up with the highest price, and I think with the number of bids that came out there, 2 to 3.5 range is where the values were, right? With us, we also have the sales tax revenue that gets generated and goes back to the TDZ that pays off for Liberty Park and things like that. And if there's a delta between our purchase price and the $6 million, I guess, in appraisal, and based on just the sales tax from the retail and the hotel, we're averaging about $1 million a year in sales tax revenue. So if you take that and take 3.5, about 2.5 times for 3 years, that delta gets right, and then it's on top of that. That doesn't include the property tax that the hotel generates, also the property tax that the condos will generate that I don't think was left out in our proposal before, but there's, in a matter of 18 to 24 months, if you will, we'll have tax generation that starts pretty immediate, right, compared to some of the other uses that we've heard of and wanted or have seen, and the incentive that will require something like that to go forward. We believe that this is the best economic decision. I think we understand the fact that this is a prime property, to one of the council members' point, or a lot of them, and the grander use, if you will, right? And we're willing to sort of kind of explore that, I think. But as of today, I think we believe that this is probably the best fit, best use there is today that can get out of the ground, that can start generating revenue for the city and help pay down things that, the city hasn't, and serves the need for the neighborhood and everything else around it.
Yeah, approximately 22, a little over $1 million will be spent on construction and purchase, which is a fairly substantial sum of money. We've also, I have met, at least initially, with the leader, one of the leaders of Central Gardens, and had some preliminary discussions, and they appear to be receptive. They had some concerns about traffic and some things, and so we're amenable, we're very flexible to sort of addressing those concerns. And frankly, as someone who lives, within 1,000 feet of the property, I'm sensitive to those concerns as well. And as someone who's we're not Memphis trying to throw something up in Midtown, and we're not going to see it. We're just going to check. I live there. I live very close. I can walk there. I'm familiar with the traffic that Idlewild School generates. I enter and exit to my house off of Barksdale. I know intimately what this area is, and it's got a lot of potential, and we think this project will be an asset to the area. And as Sam referenced, this is sort of what we're going for at this point, but we're certainly open. I've had some discussions about maybe something grander on a different scale, but we know this works. We know there's a need for it, and we think it will serve the city well.
All right. We have a couple of council members in the queue. I believe first we have Councilman Jones, followed by Councilman Warren, Morgan, and I feel like I'm Councilwoman Johnson. I'm so sorry. Y'all will need. All right.
Thank you. My first question is, has there been an increase in your offer price?
No.
Okay. And how many condos are you estimating?
32.
32. Okay. And that $1 million in sales tax, is that total sales tax revenues that should be generated on the property there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our estimation, yeah.
So one of the things, I'm sorry.
On an annual basis.
On an annual basis. Yeah. But 9% of that goes, the majority of that goes to the state.
Well, I think this is the TDZ overlays, and I don't know a whole lot about it. From what I understand is that the TDZ, because there's a zone here in Director, correct me if I'm wrong, I think all this goes back to the city or goes back to help pay those bonds. I'm not quite sure on the sales. I know this is a tax that gets generated out of it. Who
a large proportion goes back to the
city. Yeah. And I just make this point for public consumption. Everybody throws around sales tax being generated, but with the majority going back to the state, and out of 9%, we only get 2 back. That $1 million may sound like a sexy number, but we're not getting $1 million to pay police and fire, pave the streets, and do all the other things. So I just I brought that up to raise that particular issue. But you said 32 condos?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Chief McGowan, I'm not sure if you're the person to speak to this issue. As it relates to Councilman Jones' question about where the dollars go. We want the money to reside in Memphis.
Chief McGowan, for the period of the tourism development zone, all of those monies in sales tax will be rebated to the tourism development zone to pay bonds and any bonded indebtedness that we take out for Liberty Park. So you're at the expiration of the TDZ, you're right, Councilman, we would just get the local option, the 2.75 plus about 1 or a little more percent that the state rebates to us. So as you know, the 7% they collect, we get about 1 to 1.5 of that back every year. So we really get about just a little under 4%. But for the period of 30 years for the tourism development zone, all of the sales tax generated would come back to the city into the TDZ revenue fund to pay for city investments.
Okay. And then it goes back, so we still pay for Liberty, and I understand we are sort of switching money around, but when we talk about a revenue challenged city, that's why on the front end, I'm asking that there's no, in my estimation and in my opinion, there's no urgency for us to put it on the market and take the first available bidder, even if it's the best bidder out of 3. It's my understanding that sometimes commercial property remains on the market for 2 or 3 years. I'm not saying we should be in that position, but I don't think that we should let one proposal RFP process to go out there and take the best out of that one after just a 2 or 3 month period that we put it out there. I know that the environment can change. We can go through another 2008. Who knows? But I'd rather sit back if there's no urgency to get rid of it. If it's not costing, perhaps there's some maintenance part of it, but unless there is an increase in the offer price of this group, I'm not going to be in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, quick question for you. So you're asking for an increase of offer price. What would be a number you would support?
5.5. I'm just throwing it out there, 5.5. Okay. All right, Councilman Warren, the floor is yours, good sir.
Yes, I've received a number of emails from constituents, and I think one of the things they were concerned about was traffic flow. You addressed that in your presentation, and they were wondering if somehow converting your project to an east-west face as opposed to a north-south face would work. I don't know whether that will, but I'd like you to consider that. I also sort of went through and I read the way that they came up with the valuation of the properties. And I looked at, where they came up with $38 per square foot and how they did it. And I looked at the properties that they used to make that happen. And it seemed like all the properties that were $78 and $80 a month or $80 a foot were way out east. And they had those compared to the ones that were in Midtown. And the Midtown ones were like $28 and $32 and something along that line. So, just off the basis, I know this guy was a professional, but it looked to me like, his estimate of what that property is worth may be more than what people are going to pay for it. And I think this sounds like a really good project for the community. And, admittedly, I guess if you put a 10-story hotel on it, you could make that worth $6 million, but I don't think Central Garden is going to want a big 10-story hotel on Union. So in my mind, this project sort of fits with the community and what would work. So I think it does make some sense to sell it at this price. And while we have a good economy, let's get another business and get some tax revenue. So I'm going to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Doc. Councilman Morgan, the floor is yours, good sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is a project that I thought a considerable amount on, and I've gone back and forth a little bit and tried to dig a little deeper into what the possibilities were for a site like this in Midtown. And ultimately, like Councilman Warren, I'm going to come down in favor of this project because I really have no strong reason to object to it. I think it was a fair and open process. I think the use is certainly adequate or good. And if there was something that I would prefer different, then, you know, the burden would really be on me to go out into the market and raise $30 million in capital and debt and do it myself. So there's no objection to that. The real annoying part of this is that we have an appraisal that says $6 million, $6,050,000, in just the optics of that and how bad they look for us as the city in the conversation that we're underselling an asset of the city, and so we're not being good stewards of the taxpayers' monies or assets. You know, and this is politics, so the optics matter. But I've gone through the appraisal report and looked at it and what they were considering, and I think as Dr. Warren said, the types of projects that would garner a $6 million bid on this property are not things that would be very palatable to Midtown. And I know there are other people who have considered this property that pulled out, one, because they didn't want to, you know, fool with the government, and it's too open and too difficult and too long of a process. And two, they didn't want to develop in Midtown because, again, it would be, potentially just a PR nightmare for them. So we are not also, even though we have a $6 million appraisal on, we're not always the most attractive partner for some businesses to come in and work with. And I think the main thing we have to consider here that would be different if we were a private individual or if we were a company is the opportunity cost. And that's where we talk about the taxes. And yes, the tax number I think is kind of large in one sense versus what we get. Some of that's going to the state, some of that's going to the county, some of it's coming to us. And the TDZ will capture a lot of it. But I think of that TDZ capture as being a positive because we still have a lot of projects that are yet to be developed or even conceived at the fairgrounds that we're going to need that revenue for. One of them being the future of the Coliseum and that site. And whatever goes there or is renovated there is going to be a significant expense that TDZ is going to have to pay for. So I don't mind filling up the coffers for all our sakes. That's a great piece of property that's on the edge of the majority of our districts. So for all those reasons, I just don't have an objection to this. I think everything was fair, everything was open about it, and we could wait around, for 2 years and try to play the market, which is another thing I don't object to. I don't think we're in a bad place in the market right now to be selling property. It'd be different if we were in the middle of a recession or things were down or we weren't getting enough qualified bids, but even the market dictates the value of property, and as frustrating it is to see a $6 million appraisal and a 3.5 bid and the optics of that, I don't think we're in a position to have this property sit on the sidelines too long, and then maybe we would get up to $5.5 million, but then we missed out on the same amount in taxes. So I think we've got a good bird in the hand, and it's worth moving forward at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Director Adams, did you not mention at one time we had a market analysis done on this property? And if so, what was those prior values that they came in with?
Yes, ma'am. There was a market analysis. I think that was included in what you all received. So give me just a second. I'll pull it out.
In the meantime, Chief, while he's looking for that, what liabilities may exist with that property by not selling it at this particular time?
Well, I think just the continued maintenance and security of the property, it does present, the opportunity for casual entry. And we've seen that with a number of buildings where they're not occupied, that people will take advantage of that situation and potentially, cause some additional damage. I think the site would be demolished eventually, but you can get some congregation of people that may not be welcome in the area causing, some damage. But that's the real issue we have, is just it'd be really a tempting target for casual entry for people who are just looking to cause issues.
Okay, with the proposal here, who's actually going to be responsible for the demolition of this property?
We are.
Okay, so that's not any additional cost to the city whatsoever. Okay, all right. Whereas we decide to hold on to it, we probably would have to undertake that responsibility.
There are several possibilities, ma'am, as you've said, and one of the things we've talked about is that we could certainly get a full price offer, and then we'd be back in 2 months with somebody looking for a pilot to offset the cost of the taxes. So in many ways, this kind of offsets that process and gets you right to the development piece. And as you said, some people may want us to do some remediation on this project, and this is essentially an offer without conditions. They're going to accept the property, demolish it, and redevelop it, which is a pretty straightforward transaction for us.
And with respect to that market analysis, it came up to around $3 million. So it is pretty consistent with the current offer. And I will say this, you all made some really valid points with regard to the appraisal. And to your point and to your shock and awe, that was one of the things that motivated us to ask for a second and final offer from all participants, because we wanted to maximize based on the appraisal. One thing we had to take in consideration was the date and time in which we commissioned the appraisal. At that particular point, at the date and time in which we commissioned the appraisal, at that time we had no real active activity in the Midtown area at that particular point. So the comparables were out east. And then, of course, one of the things we did have to take in consideration is what we had existing in and around the community as well. So that's where we are at this particular point.
Mr. Taylor made a lot of comments that what he could propose to do with that particular site. Are any of those conditions a requirement for this sale?
No.
Like going with a brand name like the Hilton?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Would you be available to make sure we have that quality of a hotel in that location?
That it was branded? Yes.
Hilton?
Well, we haven't reached out. We've reached out until we have it solidified. It's hard to say, because there's their approval process, which we feel comfortable with. We own a couple of Hiltons in the market, so we know, and Marriott's as well for that fact. So until we apply with them and they give that final green light, yes.
Okay,
but to say it's an upper tier brand, yes, we did.
And a certain grade, class?
Yeah.
Hotel, so could make some certain conditions on this particular sale.
It's not going to be
ensure.
it's not going to be a Super 8 or something like
That's
that.
what I want to make sure.
That's
That's the brand. I was about to say. That's why I asked about the class. Right.
I can answer that. I live in the neighborhood. I promise you.
Okay.
Council Lady, real quick, Chief, and we may need Mr. Whitehead in here, but do I not recall that every time someone brands a hotel, they have to come before council for approval, meaning they cannot just slap up a hotel without our approval, because they're going to get the usual questions of how often do you rent rooms every 24 hours, is it a hot pillow and all that kind of thing. So we do have, I know that's an old term, guys, sorry, but we do have that safety feature. They have to come back to us.
Okay, those are my questions, and I do think it's a good product, and I think that it's something that the city could benefit from. I am most pleased that you're not asking for any type of taxes. Everybody has to come, guarantees that, and then wants to pay $10 an hour. So I am impressed and pleased. The best of luck to you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, and thank you for those, clarifying comments, Councilman Colbert. And you're also the last person to speak on this item.
Oh, good. I join my colleagues in strong support of this, and I emphatically agree with their comments in terms of not seeking tax abatements contributed to TDZ. And one of the things I like the most, though, is that Mr. Taylor, you live, I think, 1,000 feet from this project.
More or less.
So you deliver a bad project, you're going to hear about it and see it pretty much every day. So I always like it when I see owners and participants in projects that live so close to it and are willing to put their name on it. And I would remind our colleagues just at the end of this good conversation that we do nothing, we get 100% of nothing. We move forward after a fair process, done twice. We got a fair offer. They're going to do great work. They're taking the site from us immediately, their own demo, their own setup, their own everything. So this is a good burden to hand. I remind everybody one more time, 100% of nothing is nothing. We have a good, fair offer here that will help Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Covett. Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you. I mean, all good comments. This is not necessarily an easy thing, right? I'll say from a private standpoint, it took us 40 years to build one deal. 40 years for that project to come to owning the land to fruition. So nothing worthwhile is easy. I've heard people talk about the market cycle and you know, debt's low still, cost of goods are high, labor is short. It puts constraints on what they can and can't do for a return that meets that, and I understand that. I think you just have to ask yourself, you know, if you were a private property owner and a neighbor, you know, price aside, like, is this really what you want for your neighborhood? And, you know, not to disparage what they've offered, but like a 4-story Hampton Inn or Hilton product, like, is that what you really want? And for the life cycle of it, you know, our family, we're long-term holders of assets too, but we still sell, right? And so to Bilbo, you know, the comment was like the neighborhood went that way. I mean, hell, it's at Union Avenue in 240 next to Methodist Central. Like, I don't know where the neighborhood really went. It's just what happens to life cycle assets when they don't get reinvested in. And again, it's not to disparage their track record. These guys are second generation owners. They're in the hotel business. You know, it is very possible that they will hold on and be good stewards of the property, but it's also possible that in 20 years, you've got a tough hotel next to Idlewild Elementary School. There are 3 ways to value property: the cost, income, and sales approach. The appraisal that everybody keeps referencing, the piece of that is the sales approach. Like, what is this property based on other comps? When you're a ready, willing, and able user, you can go to the income approach to figure out what it's really worth. What's the back-end value once I build this property, and back-end what you're able to pay for it. That's really the approach that should be used when we start looking at all of these proposals. If I were just buying it to land bank it and wanted to have a covered land play, meaning I know that I would get my money out of it, I would look at what the land sales, the comps look like, plus my annual carry, which isn't that much if I were to clear the site out, but that does have a cost to it. As far as the 10-story, you know, we might as well strip away the 10-story build by right by Union Avenue if every time we have this conversation, it's, well, Central Gardens isn't going to let us have it. They would lose their mind if I said I was going to tear down Kimbrough Tower, right? Like, Kimbrough Tower on Kimbrough and Union is a well-known architectural feature of Art Deco, of architecture. And so the question is, you know, are we going to have any architecture to look back on of this time period if they constantly say no to anything worthwhile? And the last thing is this tax revenue conversation. If the idea for us is to make sure that we do everything possible, no matter what the end result is of form and function, to feed the meter for the TDZ, then yes, we need to do this, because it's hands down the only thing that produces as much sales tax. Apartments don't produce sales tax. Only residential properties on transactions, retail, and hotel produce sales tax. That's a fact. That's true. But as it relates to incentives, no one has sat down and done a cost benefit. We constantly talk about tax abatements like no taxes are being paid. But for large scale projects, they often produce more tax than a low scale, low end product might, being fully on the tax rolls. Because like One Beal, Councilman Johnson, if you remember, the base year was notched up from what its actual tax was that year because it was negotiated out. So it's going to produce more tax than if we'd put a 2-story, 3-story hotel on it. So those are general comments. I'm not sure where I'm at, because I recognize the process and I recognize where we are, and there are 13 members to this body, but I wanted to lay those things out there because I think they're worth thinking about as we go through it. I recognize the city's position. They get to get rid of an asset, they get to clear the site, develop it, and they get to feed the TDZ, all things that are part of the administration's goals. But, you know, if I were to take a much longer look of what's best for Union Avenue and Central Gardens over the lifespan of that product, I'm not sure Hampton Inn gets it done for me, or Hilton Soft Flag, but maybe it does. I don't know. You know, anyway, thanks.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle, since you're our resident expert on these issues, I would just like to know, what would you do with the property? If you could, I just want to know what you do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, right? So if I were to say, come out hard and say we shouldn't do this, it would be unfair for me to not offer like my thoughts on that. And I'll take time between now and 3:30, because the other thing I don't want to do is I didn't participate, so I may be partially unfair for me to say from this seat, you know, what projects should and shouldn't be done. It may muddy the water some, but I just need to think about that. I mean, I know right now what I would say, but I'm not sure it's fair for me to say that and muck up the process.
Well, I would just offer this. I don't necessarily believe you will muddy the waters. I think when we were dealing with COVID-19, majority of this body looked at Dr. Warren and said, "What do you think?" And I value this body's opinion, especially in areas of expertise.
No pressure.
I really would like to hear from you because I know my generally what I think about this. I think you noticed some of the same points I would know. I would talk about, you know, this is a city-owned asset. We get to sell it to owners based in Memphis. Those owners would contribute to the TDZ. Those owners would start demolition and building a property right away. I don't necessarily think that we could get $6 million out of property when there's so many preconditions or contingencies like neighborhood buy-in. I'm not sure. And if they were to increase their price, I think they would take away one of the most valuable things that I like about the proposal is the fact that they didn't ask any incentives. I'm assuming they increased their price to $5 million, then they would say, "Hey, can we get this pilot that never ends?" There's a lot of things, you know, that I would, you know.
No, I think that's fair, right? Like just to ask them to increase their price, but not change the scale and scope of what they're doing for a benefit. Like we've seen that. Like we've seen developers come before this body and their sole purpose for needing a pilot is that they paid too much for the land, right? Like I get that. I really do. And for what it's worth, just for the record, I know Cameron, I know Clyde, and I know Sean Massey. I've gotten a chance to sit down with Patel. Like, as far as general contractors, they're very competent, capable GCs. Sean is a great retail broker and does a lot of good work, like in and around the city. He was instrumental in Crosstown and getting retail tenants in there. So it's not, I will say that, like the capability of this team is there. At least I'm convinced to build what they are proposing to build. It's just goes, and by the way, also just to echo what Councilman Warren said, I have yet to get somebody from Midtown and or East Memphis that I've bumped into that's super excited about it. Now, as a developer, sometimes you got to build it and people will come back later and say, well, you know, I know I was against this, but I'm really appreciative that you guys did this. So again, this is why I'm really haven't come down where I'm at, but we can talk more about it at 3:30. I know people want to eat lunch.
Okay, absolutely. So I think there's a difference between folks not being super excited and folks coming out adamantly opposed to something. When it came to the Bahia pipeline, the folks in the city were adamantly opposed to the Bahia pipeline. And I just don't know, you know, maybe I need to do some more research. But, you know, other than the price and, you know, there's something that talks about $6 million they offered, you know, it's a fair process. They offered the most, not asking for any incentives. And then, you know, I just look at this. They're offering housing. Those folks who live in Central Gardens wouldn't be opposed to housing. Hopefully it's affordable. They're offering private retail space. I think if you just walk down Union, you see a lot of different retailers, whether it's, you know, fast food, whether it's, you know, eateries, they're offering that. And then in addition to that, they're offering places for our soon to be booming, you know, travel industry. Folks coming to Memphis to tour. Union is a fine place to reside if you're coming to tour the city. So I think they hit a lot of the buckets. They saying, okay, you want to live here? Here you go. You want to come here to eat? Here you go. You want to come here to tour Memphis? Here you go. I just don't see why we're discussing this so long. I'm not a fan of holding on
because it's a really, really important decision. Because once you put the shovel in the ground, there's no going back, and you want to make sure you get it right.
Absolutely. And you said that these individuals are competent. So, okay, I would love to hear more about it later. This is only a discussion. So, with that, if there's any other questions, thoughts, concerns, or criticisms, we'll move to the next item. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Director Adams. Thank you, Chief McGowan. Thank you, everybody in the world. All right. Item number 4, a resolution requesting a comprehensive traffic study of incorporated parts of Cordova District 1, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. So, back to you, sir.
Move it.
Moved by Carlisle. Seconded by Dr. Warren. With that, back to you, Councilman Carlisle, since this is your Resolution.
Thank you, Chairman. And my colleagues, that are in one, 2, and Super 9, if you're convinced, I would love to have you as co-sponsors. I should have been more diligent in reaching out, and I didn't, and that's my fault. But ultimately, guys, when I was knocking on doors in Cordova, there were not a lot of Cordova. Really, from my perspective, doesn't ask for a lot. They don't want. They're not asking for a $70 million library. They're not there were 3 or 4 things that kept coming up. Code enforcement, right? Because of the rental market and some areas like that. Traffic safety and at the time solid waste, which we're working on. And there are a couple other small things, but ultimately traffic safety. Cordova was built through the 60s, 70s, and 80s through large subdivisions in which a lot of those streets were developed by private developers and then deeded back over to the city of Memphis. The expectation for a lot of those streets was that capacity would continue to build and build. If you're ever out there, you'll see a lot of streets that are cut off. Like literally you'll be walking down a neighborhood and then it just stopped, right? Because nobody came and picked up the next subdivision. What ended up happening is that you got massive raceways basically in what are typically feeder streets. You've got small tertiary feeder streets that are the size of like parts of Central. It's pretty unbelievable. In addition to that, we've had so much build out occur there, and the marketplace is in such an interesting place. We've never really gone back and done a comprehensive study to say that to inform a potential capital plan of like, this is how we can continue to invest in Cordova to stabilize that neighborhood, because it's in an inflection point in its life cycle that if we're not intentional in making investments into it, it could continue or could slide away. And I think we all can appreciate like how important Germantown Parkway is from a sales tax perspective, but those neighborhoods back there are probably some of the most diverse in the city, economically and demographically speaking. And I think it's critically important that we make sure that we are intentional about investing in its future so it continues to be stabilized. And I think this is, I don't want to say it's a drop in the bucket, this is a serious amount of money, but I think over the long haul, it's money well spent, and it informs with data how we should invest in traffic safety out there as a part of investment in Cordova. And so that's my general pitch. I've got Director Connect, Chief McGowan, and Chief Valena here to help walk through like what a comprehensive study would entail and kind of how we were going to do it. But anyway, I yield the floor.
Thank you. So my general question is, what's the price tag and whose budget, and are we going to be moving money around?
All really, really good questions. So
I was going to ask Chief McGowan, but you want to, the answer?
No, go ahead. Let's the chief.
He looked like he has all the answers ready.
So I know Director Belinda's talked about this. I know there was a top discussion of about $600,000 to do all of Cordova. That's probably right. That's a conservative number, but that includes half of Cordova that's in the county. So if you wanted to do just the incorporated parts, it's probably half that amount as a conservative number. So Director Belinda, this wasn't necessarily in our budget this year, but that's certainly something that we can begin planning for. And the one thing we just want to do is make sure that we work with you all to determine what are the outcomes we seek. What kinds of things are we seeking to get out of a traffic study? Because just to do a traffic study, you could yield a result that says we need more roads, which is probably not the case. As Councilman's talking about, you probably need some road diets in certain areas. You need to have some connectors, maybe some traffic control, speed control kinds of things. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more about the outcomes. We can work on how we get and where we get that started, and then we can work against, it wasn't necessarily in the budget, we can work to figure out how we get started on that in the near term and get that completed. I do tend to agree. We've done really good work here, Memphis 3.0, growing up and not out. We de-annexed some areas of the cities. As you said, I appreciate the good words on we're trying to get the services right out there. But again, as we've adjusted the boundary of the city, we also have to make an accommodation for making sure those areas stay vibrant. And this is one of the ways that we could do that. So I appreciate the impetus there. And we'll come back and work on a way that perhaps we can get that started. There's some initial work, and Director Blank can talk about how we might be teeing that up. But I think the first one is to say, what will we aim to achieve?
Yeah, and thank you. And to Chief's point, that's why it says up to, because allow them some expansion to get that scope and scale. the way professional services typically work, I don't expect all of this to be billed in this fiscal year anyway. By the time we get it ramped up, signed, and they get to work, and then they actually start billing, we probably won't need it all in this fiscal year. But again, to allow them flexibility. And then to the end result, we are having a town hall next Tuesday in Cordova with Director Boleyn and Mr. Tatum to discuss with the residents at Burke Ferguson, you know, what we're wanting to accomplish and hear back and get the feedback from them to help inform a little bit about this traffic study before there's a final vote before the full body.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. We have several council members in the queue. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours. Good, sir. Councilman, not Jones. Kind of far away. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, but I am waiting on that information in regards to what are you expecting to actually get from that traffic report.
I think that's a question for Carlisle.
I thought he said Benin was going to provide that to us. I thought I heard that.
He's the pro. I'm happy to answer this.
Let the pro answer this time. Thank you.
So Manny Berlin with the Division of Engineering. So as Councilman Carla indicated, there's going to be a public town hall meeting.
Okay.
The idea is to get feedback from the residences and the community in that area. So we'll take that information in, gather the necessary information, and then guide the study in hopes that it meets that eventual goal. So what that means is there's going to be a process that we're going to end up having to go through. That means doing public input in terms of what challenges they're seeing in and around their neighborhoods, and then eventually take in consideration all the businesses, all the residences in that area, and come up with a plan in terms of what the study will eventually recommend as part of the improvements.
Obviously, you're making an assumption. I know something because it seems like you're talking around a topic. Am I the only one getting that impression?
The end result is to do a traffic study so we don't slap down. Like a neighbor will call and say, my street is running fast. And so we'll do a small traffic study that has an impact that only studies what doing traffic calming, the impact it would have on a very narrow scope of that neighborhood versus the overarching. When you start pushing traffic off of a secondary street that's a primary feeder into like a main road like Timber Creek, it has a much larger impact on the health and vibrancy of other streets because traffic starts moving. If you wanted the one line, it's this study is to inform a capital plan or a list of recommendations based in data and fact in order to create a safer, calmer, vehicular neighborhoods.
I got that now. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, where's the funds coming from? There was another question. I did not hear the answers.
We haven't identified them yet, Councilwoman. We'll put together, based on the community feedback, I'll have Director Boleyn put together kind of a scope, and we'll see what the timing might be for that scope. If, he has a professional services budget for this kind of work that we have, you can't predict every year what you're going to have to do. So we'll look at what we can fit into this year's budget to get the work underway based on the total cost. And then if we have to budget some to complete it next fiscal year, we will. Or if it looks like we can get it all done this year, we need a little more money, then we'll have to work on that during the course of the year. But for now, I need to get understanding what the scope is so we can start working on that.
Okay, so we have no idea what it could possibly cost other than...
We think it's up, it could be if you did a full-blown traffic study. That's what Director Boleyn was saying. If you did a full, comprehensive, end-to-end traffic study, it'd be $300,000. That will likely get narrowed.
When was the last time we did a traffic study anywhere?
We've never done a community-wide traffic study. Oftentimes, when a development comes in, we would request that they conduct a traffic study so that it identifies what types of improvements that they're required to make sure that the traffic movement in and around the business is met based on the warrants. So from an overall perspective, we have never done one that's an overall.
So how do we come up to $300,000 figure?
So the initial number that we threw out there was a very conservative number of $600,000, but that was intended for the entire Cordova area.
How did we come up with that number?
So just based on experience. That's exactly right.
I just asked when the last time you did it. You said you didn't do it recently, so how did you come up with this number?
that's just pure extrapolation of numbers that we've done in the past, not whole community-wide traffic study, but more of specific locations. So we just
Help me, Chief.
I think I can help him.
So he's taken the cost for a smaller area and said, how much would it take to do that same study over a bigger area and multiplied it?
Councilwoman Johnson, I believe what Director is saying is he's done smaller traffic studies, and what you asked for was a community-wide traffic study. I think what he's
That's the
saying.
last time he did a traffic study.
So specific to a small area.
When was the last time you did a traffic study for a small area? When was the last time? I thought I asked a question.
We actually just did one as part of the TCZ for the downtown. So we just did one for the downtown TDZ. I don't exactly know the limits of that in terms of size comparatively to what Cordova, and that's how we extrapolate.
So you said just done a traffic study for downtown for TDZ, just meaning 2020, 2019?
That was part of the
master plan downtown. Does that answer your question?
It gives me insight, but yeah. But I'm not certain how they come up with this number. I assume you're not going to do it. You're going to contract it out, assumably.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
So I thought maybe they had talked to some outside consultants or something.
No, not yet, ma'am. We're trying to give you a scope on the outside since we rather under promise and over deliver. So we're trying to give a maximum amount that you would have to, and it's always better to come back with lesser. So until we bid it out or award it, we won't exactly know.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. We have a few more council members. We're getting real close. We're gonna be doing eating lunch and learning. All right. So we have three more members who still wish to speak. Councilman Corvette, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Warren. We already running over.
Thank you, Chair. Just please have me as co-sponsor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Corvette. And with that, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Will this study inform you all or the city officials on the concern that is in Cordova along Germantown Parkway? You know, it used to be the economic hub, the commerce hub of the city. And my colleague mentioned, and is right, that it's at a pivot point right now. And I've spoken with a number of business owners out there, and that seems to be, and residents, that seems to be a major concern. The crime, the businesses leaving that Germantown Parkway. So, and we want to know, how are we envisioning it for the future? How, you know, what is Germantown Parkway going to look like if businesses continue to leave and then unwanted businesses start coming in? It's going to take the entire community down. So how will this study inform that whole conversation or that need to be informed on what can be done with Germantown Parkway? Because that will really make Cordova look different if that continues to spiral.
I'll take a stab at that, and I would suggest that this is a traffic piece, and the commercial corridor is a large driver of the traffic, so we'll have to take a look at some forecasts there. I don't know that this would be the solution for that area plan. What you're talking about really is a corridor economic plan that, you know, certainly I understand and share some of the concerns that you have there. We've seen that before in some other areas of the city where that is kind of overbuilt and then kind of declined. So this will be a stepping stone to understanding the commerce that's happening there with respect to vehicles, but it won't be the overall corridor plan. I want to come back and talk to Director Zena, because I know as a part of Memphis 3.0, there were some anchor areas in that area that we want to talk about, the small area plan there that might address that, but I don't want to commit to that until I have a chance to talk with him. But what we can do is take a note of that you're looking at the corridor and you'd like to have some answers on the economic side and from a business development side. Likely that's a bigger strategy than what we're talking about here, but it is something we concern about. It will, because you'll be having to look at, if I was to forecast that, and I'm not forecasting this, but if I was to forecast that, 75% of the businesses were leaving, well, then the traffic volume is gonna go down pretty significantly, and that might change. So we're gonna have to have some understanding of what the conditions are and what we expect them to be. So they will be tied together for sure, but this will not solve that problem. This will be more informed by what's happening out there today and what our forecast of the economy is. So, but I understand your point, and let me get back with Director Zena to see if we can't look at some of the anchors that we have there to determine if that will help address that particular issue.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I foresee that I think we're going to get from this type of study is a few things that the community's been asking us for. Right now, we've got a lot of dangerous driving. I think, we've all been getting emails about people doing, speeding in neighborhoods and things like that. And one of the quality of life issues is having a safe street to live on, and what can we do and what can be done by our traffic division to make our neighborhoods safer and more livable. And that was the component of this that I was hoping to see answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. Yeah, we don't need to. All right. You want to take a vote on this item?
Yeah. Yes, and just for the body, this won't be on full agenda for another 2 weeks. And we can amend or look at some of the language once we've had this neighborhood meeting, but I would ask everybody to support it because, as Chief McGowan said, even the retail corridor and everything, all of that is supported by vibrant, safe neighborhoods, and traffic in Cordova is certainly one of the big issues.
Councilwoman Logan?
Quick, thank you, Chair.
It's 12:04.
Okay, are we going for the unincorporated Cordova, or are we just only going for incorporated? And so that's going to be, you said that's going to be half of the cost of instead of 600,000, you're looking at 300,000.
So I think with this, you're passing a resolution asking us to do a traffic study. I think it'd be a little myopic for us just to look at the border because people in the neighborhoods, unincorporated is right across the street from incorporated. So I think the larger ask here is to ask the county if they would join in with us to cover the other part, because what happens in the unincorporated part affects us. So part of what you're doing today by approving this is asking us to look at the traffic study, and then with our partners on council, we can look across the street to see if they're interested in joining us with the unincorporated part, and then we can get the county public works and the city engineer to work together on an overall strategy out there. I think that's the basic direction we go down.
Thank you, Chief
If they
McGowan.
say no,
Go ahead.
if they say no, we'll just be putting the $600,000 bill?
No. We'll do our incorporated area, but it will be informed by, we'll have to look and see what happens in the unincorporated area, but we're not going to plan for traffic improvements in unincorporated Cordova.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. With that, we're gonna take a vote on this item, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to this item. Our parts of Memphis are important. I do think we need to do what's best for every part of the city. With that, take a vote on this item. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. All right, we're gonna add so I'm just gonna combine item 5 and 6. It appears to me that they're similar projects, and I'm gonna read both of them. 7 seems to be a little bit different.
Combine all three.
I can combine all three. I'd love to combine all of them, read all 3 of them, and we're gonna go through it. All right, cool. All right. Item number 5, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $271,019.41 for project number PW18100, PW20103, FY20 CIP resurfacing Group 2 asphalt paving, all council district sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Item number 6, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $566,194.90 for project number PW17100, FY20 CIP resurfacing Group 1 asphalt paving, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. A resolution for the fiscal year 2022 CIP project number PW22103 in the amount of $6,500,000 for the paving operations performed by Public Works or directed by street maintenance department, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's also a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion to take up all three items? Moved by, Easter Thomas, seconded by Robinson. Someone from the administration speak as quickly and precisely about this.
Yes, sir. So Robert Connect Public Works. So the first two items are just adding additional funding for our contract paving from a previous paving cycles. We had some cost overruns, so we're just trying to finish up those projects by adding additional funding to cover those projects. The third item is the 6.5 is the fund in-house paving operations. We do about 100 lane miles internally, so this money is already part of the capital budget. We split it up amongst in-house and contracted work. So this funds the work that street maintenance is going to do this coming year and into the spring of next year by our crews and funds our asphalt plant operations.
Sounds pretty good to me. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. All right, item number 8. A resolution requesting the approval of sale of city-owned property known as 1068 Mosby Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38105, parcel number 020089000027, District 7, to be district sponsored by the administration. Can I get a move by Canale, seconded by, I have no idea, counseled by everybody at this body. Mr. Osborne, the floor is yours. Good, sir.
Yes, Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis, real estate manager, 125 North Main. This is Willie Alexander, my associate, and she handled this project, so I'm gonna turn it over to her.
Ms. Alexander, good to see you. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Senior right-of-way agent Willie Alexander. This is an adjoining property owner. He has several units across the street from this property, and I did drive by to look at it. It has tires, it's blighted, and he owns the property right next door to it. So he's asking to purchase it, and we're asking for your approval.
Doesn't appear to be any questions from this body. Councilwoman Johnson is mad at me today.
Yes, that was one of the things he wanted to do was to, yes, but I doubt if we have to, because they have a 200 unit tires and all kinds of things, so they want to make it more appealing for 5,000. Yes, sir.
All right, Councilwoman Johnson, it appears that all minds and hearts are clear as it relates to this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? It's an opinion of this chair that the ayes have it. And there is one question for Councilwoman Robinson. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Council orders and asking for that for the Whitehaven area. He wants to build senior residences in our community. But we can't really find any property.
Well, so we have a site, but I will print one up. Okay. If you go to City of Memphis General Services Resources, and it shows properties listed for sale. You can find a list there, but I will do a print.
Could you email that to all council members?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And we're done.
All right.
and Zoning. Ms. Hayes, you please call the roll.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Covett. Councilwoman Swearingen. And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 9 items on the agenda today, because item number 10 has been withdrawn. Item number 1 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Jubert Street between Kansas and Riverside in honor of the Temprees, sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Carlisle. Councilwoman Johnson, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair, so much for this opportunity. It is an honor for me to recognize these individuals, the Temprees. I would assume, unless you're probably between the age of 50 plus, you may not know who they are. But they are the products of Stax Records. They originally started over at Carver High School as a young group of fellows, and they were first known as the Love Men. And due to their smooth steps, their stunning fashions, and romantic hits like Dedicated to the One I Love, which reached R&B pops in 1970 and 1972, and others like I Found Love on Disco Floor. Love Maze, Explain It to Her Mama, I'm for you and you for me. You make the sun shine and out of my reach. Now, those of you at my age, you remember those songs. Those are top hits at that time. So these individuals, I think, are most deserving because throughout their lifetime, they never forgot their hometown of Memphis, Tennessee, and acknowledged their monumental success, which they made by many individuals here in the city, such as Gene Bowleg Miller, Jet Henderson, Harry Winfield, Walter Johnson, Josephine Bridges, WLOK, WDIA, Stax, George Klein, Katherine Johnson, Dolores Brack, and Nat D. Williams, and friends at Carver and Northside High Schools and their loving parents, Willie B. and Bessie Calvin, and AJ and Poor Scott. So I'm here to ask for your support for this resolution and renaming Honorary Street for the Temprees. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. All those in favor of item number 1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes.
I like that one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ford.
She's older than I am now.
Yep. Decades.
Those type groups, a lot of them, you know, join Stax Records. Okay. They were from Carver. They couldn't afford a guitar. They could not afford a trumpet. But they would stand right there near Carver School and sing on the corner. They didn't need no instrument. They were just that good.
You were 4 people.
You know, am I right?
Yeah.
Hey, because they couldn't do it. But you had a lot of musicians that end up at Stax, like Tim, just to end up going to Stax and start recording. And you see she named some of those very nice hits. Y'all get one of them old albums and listen to it, and then you can see about some real good music. You
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, before we go to item 2, welcome to the members of the public. Welcome back to your Memphis City Council. We're certainly glad to have you back in person. Item 2 is a resolution exempting a proposed gas station and convenience store located at 3597 Winchester Road, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Colvett, second by Warren. Councilwoman Logan, do you want to speak on this, or do you want Administrator Whitehead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. Ms. Hayes, I believe I have a map, a PowerPoint, a map of the location. If you recall from a couple weeks ago, there is a procedure now for these gas stations that would otherwise fall under the moratorium called an exemption process those individuals who represent or own parcels in which they would like to develop as gas stations, those are sent to me by your staff. I review them to see if they are eligible for such an exemption, and basically that's a quick review because the only items eligible for an exception would otherwise be permitted. And this is this particular item deals with the southwest corner of Winchester and Prescott, which is zoned CMU2. Check. That's a zoning district that at least now permits gas stations. And Winchester and Prescott are both major arterials, so check. So those are the two checks that we require under the current zoning code for the location of gas stations. This aerial kind of shows you what's around. To the north, you have warehouses. To the west, you have Chulahoma, and so you have some airport-oriented warehousing and developments. To the west, along the south side of Winchester, you have apartments there at the corner of Chulahoma. And then south along Prescott, if you recall, that is one of our areas that is industrializing. We have processed several rezonings on that block of Prescott for warehouse and other uses. So that's the long and short of it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Robinson.
This service station is in District 3, and I looked at it this morning on the map, and I know that there's a service station walking distance that's close to it. Can you tell us about the other service stations in that area? I know there's plenty of trucks in the area. Is it for cars or is it for trucks? What is it for? That has not been discussed.
This was not brought at our DPD's volition. It was brought to us by the owner. And as I look behind me, I see no one with a perked up face. So presumably he'll or she'll be downstairs at 3:30. But it cannot be for a truck, what we call a truck fueling station, because that requires an industrial zoning designation. So if it's that, we can dispose of this real quickly.
Okay. But that question has not been answered, so I don't know whether we should support it or not, because we don't know. Okay, can we hold that till we get that information?
Councilwoman Robinson, I would suggest that if the applicant is not present at 3:30, that yes, we will hold it.
Okay.
But if they are, then we'll ask those questions. Then we'll send this downstairs without objection, without a recommendation. All those any other questions?
I have one, but I withdraw. It's similar to what Councilman Robinson was addressing.
All right. All those in favor of sending item 2 downstairs at 3:30 without recommendation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. That item will be moved downstairs 3:30. Item 3 is a resolution authorizing the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development to proceed with the submittal of an application for rezoning certain properties in or adjacent to CMU3 zoning districts in selected areas throughout the city of Memphis, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. Director Zena, welcome. Oh, can I get a motion in a second, please? Moved by Colvett, seconded by Carlisle. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to let everyone know that this is in response to the moratorium. We didn't want to just have a moratorium forever. So the plan was to allow planning and zoning opportunity to for us to get together and see how we can resolve this long term and what would be the best fit. And they have met and talked about it and shared with me. And just this is where this came from. We want to make sure that we're doing the best thing for the city, for the neighborhoods, and for residents and home values and safety and everything else. And so this coming before you today for your consideration is a plan I think would be great for us. It's kind of in line with Memphis 3.0 and making sure that we are doing things to protect our communities and to protect our neighborhoods from being oversaturated with these types of services and businesses overall. So it's more planning and not just putting out fires. So with that being said, I turn it over to Mr. Zena, Director Zena. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Administrator.
Councilwoman Logan.
John Thena, Director of Division of Planning and Development. I do have a presentation, if we could go through those slides. I sent the slide deck to all of you on Thursday, knowing that it was a lengthy presentation. I wanted to give you a chance to dive into that. As Councilwoman Logan stated, this is in response to the moratorium that was passed by the council in March that limited new construction of gas stations and used tire shops and requested that our division study the effects on these uses on neighborhoods and propose zoning amendments that might ameliorate the situation in the long term. In reviewing the comprehensive plan and reviewing a lot of the areas that had come up in the past related to these particular uses, one of the things that stuck with us is that the idea that these auto-oriented uses, especially gas stations and tire shops, were more appropriate in our higher intensity commercial areas. Actually, you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. This is consistent with what we did with Lamar Avenue and Summer Avenue as well. Also consistent, particularly with Lamar Avenue, our recommendation is that there's a couple of things that we need to do here. We need to amend the text of the zoning code to isolate more intense auto-oriented uses into our CMU3 and industrial districts where our higher intensity uses ought to be. Mr. Whitehead mentioned a moment ago that right now CMU2 for now allows gas stations by right. So that would be an example of the type of change to the text that might need to be made. But in conjunction with that, we've also made a review of all of the CMU3 districts, the highest intensity commercial district we have in our zoning code, to see where those are located across the city in order to have a two-pronged approach, again, similar to what we did with Lamar Avenue, so that we can make a more comprehensive solution, propose a more comprehensive solution to this issue so that we're able to meet the spirit of this moratorium permanently. If you'll go to the next slide, this gives just an overview of the CMU3 districts in the red outlines and then the future land use from the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. Next slide, most of the focus that we took is primarily in anchor areas that were more neighborhood oriented. Some of our anchor areas of the comprehensive plan are meant to be higher intensity. Those are not the neighborhood areas. The neighborhood areas are meant to be lower intensity. So we first put our focus there in terms of where there were inconsistencies between those neighborhood area anchors and CMU3. We also looked at areas on the future land use map that we identified for low intensity commercial, again, where there were inconsistencies with low intensity commercial areas in CMU3. We want to match those up better. Gas stations and used tire shops, as well as other auto-oriented uses that are permitted in the CMU3 districts, we believe are inconsistent with these neighborhood-oriented uses. So on the next slide, you see we're talking primarily about the CMU3 areas. The other two districts that I'm primarily going to talk about in this set of recommendations are CMU1, which is our lowest intensity commercial district, and the mixed use district. Why are these two areas important? These, again, are the areas that we've used already with Lamar and Summer. So we're building off of that precedent that we established with those two areas. Mixed use being districts that are areas where we have anchors on the future land use map that are more appropriate as the centers of the community, more appropriate for mixed use development, more appropriate for building up on the street. And then CMU1 being our lower intensity commercial areas, again, more to the point here, reducing the amount of auto-oriented uses that would be allowed by right in those areas. Let's go to the next slide. A couple more maps before we get into the individual areas. This really, I think, highlights the location of the CMU3 zoning districts that exist today in Memphis. As you see, there is the greatest concentration in the Midtown area and then along several of the major corridors of the city, particularly Jackson and Austin P, Summer, Poplar. There are a few remaining on Lamar, Bellevue and Elvis Presley and 3rd Street. And if you'll go to the next slide, in our analysis, we went through each of those groupings where we found those inconsistencies between the future land use and CMU3. We sort of honed our sights on anchors that were those less intense neighborhood areas, as well as the low intensity commercial land use areas. We looked also at areas that had some adjacency to neighborhoods in order to come up with the recommended areas that are highlighted in blue on the map. Now, I realize that there are a lot of blue on here, and what we tried to strike here was a balance between not being too overly aggressive about where these recommendations would be, but also making sure that we're meeting the spirit of making the moratorium that you passed in March more permanent in many areas of the city. So leaving some areas remaining on the map as CMU3, and then really focusing on areas that were more neighborhood oriented to change to either CMU1 or MU. Now, the next several slides go through each one of the areas one by one. I'm going to move through these rather quickly because there are a lot of them, and I know you got a long agenda, but please, if I need to slow down, just let me know. The first area of consideration here is at Overton Crossing in Whitney. We're kind of starting small here with a part of this neighborhood anchor that is zoned CMU3. Much of the rest of it is zoned CMU1, so it would be simply, our recommendation would be simply extending the CMU1 that's already along Overton Crossing to encompass that area. Next slide, this one's a little bit larger. This is the James Road and Old Raleigh Town Center area where we have an anchor that is recommended on the north side of James Road. On the south side of James Road is a lot of commercial. The majority of this area is zoned CMU3. Our recommendation here is the area that is on the future land use map as the anchor be rezoned to MU. We connect some of the CMU that's in the area together. That's the area that's hatched in blue. So that would turn a lot of our CMU3, or most of it in this area, to CMU1. There's also some residential multifamily that exists now in this area that we would legitimize by rezoning it to RU3. Next slide. Moving on to Jackson Avenue. There are a couple of areas here. This is the Smoky City and Klondike areas where along Jackson, you've got a large band of CMU3 area with two anchors. The two anchors we would recommend rezoning to MU, and then the remaining area, CMU1. This is very similar to what we did along Summer Avenue in that instance. Next slide, Chelsea and Hollywood. This is one of our Accelerate Memphis anchors. It is primarily zoned CMU3. You have a lot of building stock here that's right up on the street and would do well as an MU district. And I think that this would preserve the neighborhood anchor character here. So we are recommending MU. Next slide. Two areas near Carnes, the former Carnes Elementary School that are zoned CMU3. We are recommending as CMU1. Next slide. We get into Midtown, Madison and Cleveland. There is some CMU1 on both Madison and Cleveland. At the anchor, we recommend MU, and then to the north and slightly to the south, but also on the east and west along those two corridors, we are recommending some rezoning to CMU1. Next slide. Overton Square. There's a large area here that's CMU3. We are recommending rezoning it along with any associated other districts. You see there's a few sprinkles of CMU1, RU3, OG. All of these, I think, would fit within the MU district as a whole, so we're recommending that for the area primarily east of Florence. Next slide. And then along Cooper Street, we have an area that is CMU3 along Cooper that is just north of the railroad that we are recommending go from CMU3 to MU. Next slide, Lauderdale and Vance. This stretch is CMU 3. We are recommending CMU 1. Next slide. Broad Avenue, this is the area primarily to the north that is, is on either side of Broad Avenue. That is CMU 3. We're recommending MU there. Next slide, Tillman Street. This area is at the intersection of Tillman at Johnson, where it becomes Hale Street, recommending from CMU 3 to CMU 1. Next slide. Park and Getwell, this anchor is rather large. This obviously is a shopping center here that's at this location. We debated on this for a little while. The best treatment here, our recommendation is for the area that fronts Park Avenue, for those parcels along Park Avenue to be rezoned to MU. This would allow the large shopping center in the back to retain CMU 3 zoning, but as it's being developed along Park Avenue, it would be developed as MU. Next slide, Lamar and Airways. When we did the Lamar rezoning, we mainly focused on the parcels on Lamar Avenue. We did not move north along Airways. I think that there is reason to continue the movement from CMU 3 to CMU 1 so that we have more consistency between these zoning districts. Now that we've changed the zoning along Lamar Avenue, that we also tie in that portion of Airways as well, that gateway into Orange Mound. Next slide. We have a couple of instances, Lamar and Kimball being one. You see there's just one piece as we were rezoning from CMU 3 to CMU 1 previously in Lamar that we mistakenly left behind. I'll take a mea culpa on that. We just missed a few areas, so we'd like to clean those up at this time. Next slide. Elvis Presley and Elsie is the next area. We are recommending to rezone that anchor to CMU 1. Next slide, along 3rd Street from Mitchell to Weaver, there are 5 anchor areas at Mitchell, Fairway, Rains, Ford, and Weaver, 5 areas total. Each of those anchor areas we recommend to rezone to CMU 1 as they're more associated with the connections to the neighborhoods there. Next slide. Elvis Presley, this is the Whitehaven Plaza, South Plaza site at Rains and Finley. This was the subject of a small area plan that our office conducted. We've spent a good bit of time looking at what would be the best and appropriate zoning here. So we have a few different recommendations. The majority of the Whitehaven Plaza site we would recommend as MU. We talked about in that small area plan some opportunities for residential, particularly on the eastern side of the property, and have also talked with the property owner about that option. So we're recommending some residential zoning there. And then the remainder of that anchor we would rezone to CMU 2 and then some area to the south CMU 1. Next slide. There are a couple of other areas that we have been looking at in conjunction with this that we'd like to include if possible. This is an area in the edge. This is south of Union, just south rather of the former Commercial Appeal building that is in EMP zoning. We'd like to connect that with associated RU4, so multifamily, higher intensity multifamily in that area. Next slide. We get now into some of the areas that are on the future land use map as low intensity commercial and services, Jackson Avenue being the most prominent. This is an area from Tillman to roughly Mayfair Street near where National connects up with Jackson Avenue. On the north side of the street, as you can see, there's a lot of industrial activity as well as EMP zoning. On the south side, much of that commercial activity, although it's zoned CMU 3, is smaller scale and connects to the neighborhood. Our recommendation would be to rezone from CMU 3 to CMU 1. Next, a similar area, but much smaller along South Parkway. Same thing, we have some employment and industrial zoning around us here, but we also have some small scale neighborhood retail that we would recommend to go from CMU 3 to CMU 1. Next slide. 3rd and Mallory, very similar story here as well, where we've got same thing, adjacency to industrial areas, but also connection directly to neighborhoods that we would recommend from CMU 3 to CMU 1. Next slide. And then finally, this also is an area that we have been looking at for a while. If you remember, at the beginning of 2019, there was a rezoning request from a neighbor in this Coral Lake area whose home was in a heavy industrial area. She wanted to be rezoned into a single-family zoning district for her home. That was granted by the council. We just discovered that there was a much larger area of that industrial zone that also included other residences, and we would recommend to go ahead and rezone that to R6 to make that whole. So let's go to the last few slides, and then I will wrap it up. There were 3 other areas that we looked at for a little while and would like to continue studying as the answers are not as clear to us at this moment. Trinity and Germantown, which has a lot of industrial zoning as well as several planned developments that are present. We think that this area needs some attention, but the solution, like I said, is not as clear-cut at this time as the other areas. Next slide. Summer and Graham is part of a Summer Avenue corridor study that our division is working on at the moment. This area would be perhaps a little bit more clear-cut. However, you notice that there are a patchwork of zoning districts here, an RU3, an OG, CMU1, as well as CMU3. We'd like to take a little bit more time through the Summer Avenue corridor study to put more of a comprehensive approach on this area before bringing a proposal. Next slide, this is the last, is Poplar and Perkins. This would be really just east of Oak Court, but also includes the Laurelwood area. This anchor area obviously is higher intensity, but in terms of the location of auto-oriented uses, I don't believe that it is the character of this area to take on more of those, but again, we'd like to spend a little bit more time looking at this. Finally, the last slide is just the timeline. So just as a reminder, the resolution that's in front of you simply initiates this process. It allows our division to move forward. It's not approval of any of these recommendations, but rather just approval to allow our division to proceed in the process of seeking a comprehensive rezoning. Our first step would be to file an application with the Land Use Control Board, which we would plan to do if all things stay on path here by August 5th, and then our LUCB hearing will be September 9th, and we anticipate first reading September 21st, third reading October 19th before you. However, based on our calculations, the expiration date for the moratorium that we're dealing with is November 16th, so this gives us between October 19th and November 16th 2 more meetings. So if there is additional time that's needed on this, we certainly have a couple more meetings. We also have the opportunity to extend the moratorium if that's needed. I realize that this is very comprehensive, and we're interested in hearing any and all feedback you have. We're interested in hearing any and all feedback you have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Director Zeno. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for laying out the timeline. So, as you said, it came Thursday. Your DPD has been reviewing, exploring, researching this. These list of recommendations will start the process. Between now and a final reading and it being ratified in the minutes, if cases or examples come up to council members or things, we'll say council feedback, I assume that document is a working, living document.
Certainly, okay. Any proposal would be able to be amended by the council.
Right. At any time, right? But I'm just saying for this, I mean, we want to try and get this in one good shot here, but you answered that. All right, I yield.
I think that would be the ideal.
Yeah.
And again, if there is additional time needed on the front end to work in any feedback, we've got a couple of meetings on the back end that we can work with.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, thank you. My question is, how will the property owners be notified of these recommendations?
They will be notified directly by mail that there is a recommended rezoning for their property.
Okay. Is this gonna be a postcard or a letter?
It is a letter, correct?
Okay.
It is a letter.
Okay. Thank you on that. Had one other question. In regards to a recommendation for changes like on Poplar, Evans Pressure, these are what, state highways and
Yes.
federal highway. How is zoning affected in those situations?
The designation as a state highway would have no bearing on our ability, the council's ability to rezone this property.
Okay, because it's the street and not the land, I guess. Okay, that's cool. Okay, thank you for your information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, just point of information, the three areas you said you needed more time you were working on, are those going to be included in this at the end? You're going to have that work done before the end, those 3 slides toward the end you mentioned?
That is not the expectation. The expectation is that we bring those another time.
So they're not going to be part of this, but they are part of the plan of you moving forward with that. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Director Zena and Josh, Administrative Head, for the time and the concern and the attention that you all have given this, and realizing that as a body, we are wanting to make sure that the communities are taken care of. And you really took time to see how we could come up with a real solution, even not knowing exactly what we could do. We didn't know, but you offered that advice, and we appreciate it on behalf of the residents and the citizens of Memphis. And I'm sure during this process, it'll come back and we'll have to do some other things with it. But to have something that we could look at to say, this is how we're planning, the city as a body, and putting our input into it, knowing that that's the voice of the people. I appreciate it. I really do.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. All those in favor of item 3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. That item passes. Colleagues, want to clear something up before we move on. Item 2 will not be downstairs this evening. It will be in 2 weeks, and I have asked that the applicant be present in committee, so it will be back in committee in 2 weeks. Item 4, PD 21-03, 751 St. Paul Avenue. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Administrator Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Josh Whitehead. This is a request for a residential community at the corner of St. Paul and Boyd. Next slide. This is in the South Memphis neighborhood. Next slide, Ms. Hayes. Next slide. If I found this setting and this scale-oriented meet the best to this location. At the northeast or the top left, northwest corner of this map, you have Old Vance Middle. This is near the 6-way intersection of Georgia, Walnut, and Crump, if that's a landmark, because we have so few 6-point intersections. This is just north of that. St. Paul runs east-west into Old Cleburne Homes to the west. Next slide. Zooming in a little, we see that the current property is improved with 7 duplex structures. These are historically significant structures to such a degree that the Department of Interior has identified this as a National Register District. Next slide. I have a few photographs of the existing duplexes. These are an early example of the two-family construction type in Memphis at the turn of the 20th century. Next slide. So the proposal would be to take those 7 duplexes, retain them, create lots for each of those. Currently, they all sit on one big lot, and to build an apartment building in the back. Now, you may say, well, this is zoned RU3, Mr. Whitehead. Why do apartments need any action by the city council to be built in RU3? That's a multifamily zoning district. That's what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, I know. Well, here's the answer. Because the developer would like to create lots for each of those duplexes, those lots are too small for this zoning district. So it's really less about the apartments in the back. It's really the showpiece of this request, I guess. But ironically, that's not why it's before you. It's because we're creating little lots for those duplexes. This was the original site plan presented to the Land Control Board. That's significant because the Land Use Control Board recommended rejection. This comes to you with a split recommendation, rejection by the board, approval by staff. Since the Land Use Control Board action and before the packet was delivered to you, next slide, the applicant has revised the site plan. Two significant revisions are encompassed in this site plan. Number one, the building facing Boyd, that's the side street there on the west, it has been split into two structures to resemble two single-family structures a little more. That's revision number one. Revision number two is the parking lot was revised to allow the dumpster truck to enter front ways and then to not exit back ways, but he can turn around and exit onto Boyd front end. Next slide. Here's some renderings of the revised plan. Again, the existing duplexes are indicated kind of in a white blank mode because they're not doing anything to those. The new building is on the right. Next slide. It's kind of a long, narrow building, but most of that longness and narrowness is invisible from the street because this is the view from the street, Boyd Street specifically. Next slide. And here's an interior shot from the parking lot. Next slide. This involves 18 units in the new building, 14 units in the 7 existing duplexes to reflect a total of 25 units. Under the zoning code, 37 parking spaces would be provided. And I think this was perhaps the clincher on why the board recommended rejection. Although the on-site parking of 18 spots and the street parking of 20 spots with a 10% reduction for being near a bus stop places this proposal in a position where it needs no parking variances. I think the Land Use Control Board was a little concerned about the possibility of there being more parking than ought to be on the street. But other than that, the board did not have too many comments about the design of the site, other than the two things that the applicant has revised. With that, Mr. Chairman, I believe the applicant is with us, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you. Okay, I want to first ask about those single lots. What size are those lots that are going to end up being for those?
The zoning code wants duplexes to sit on 8,000 square foot lots, and those are much reduced. If you could glean from the site plan, those lots are going to basically hug the buildings because the rear lot will have that new apartment building and the parking.
Okay, now if something happens to those duplexes, are they going to be able to rebuild on those particular lots, or are they going to have to come back and get some type of special use?
Because if this request is approved, that would take this whole proposal out of the realm of non-conformities. It would make it a blessed, approved plan. So no, ma'am, if a catastrophic event happened, they could rebuild pursuant to the approved plans without any further action by this body.
Looks like we ran into this in some other areas, and you did not want those lots to be that small for residential lots. So why are you recommending it in this situation?
I don't recall which.
Let's take you over to Orange Mound. We had some lots over there that you were trying to consolidate because you didn't like the 30-foot frontage on those properties.
I liked them. Others didn't. But here's the key difference.
I'm just saying what I recall the conversation.
Here's the key difference. These buildings already exist. In that context, we were talking about whether narrow, skinny lots could be resurrected, platted lots from way back when, whether they could be reused. Okay. Those, in that case, those are dormant and vacant, narrow lots. Okay. Oftentimes you have a cottage or a bungalow built on 2 or 3 of those lots. So the controversy, if there was one about those, was demolishing the bungalow and building 3 tall, skinny houses. In this case, those buildings are already there.
Okay, what's the age of the buildings already there?
I believe they're from the early the aughts, the 19 aughts.
Yeah. So are there gonna be some major renovations to those properties? So,
Yes,
or
it is.
otherwise, you're gonna have the same situation when they are torn down, and we're starting all over again.
Well, we don't want that. I believe the developer can corroborate this, but the new construction will help finance the renovation job of the historic structures. But he can, or she can, correct that if necessary.
Okay, so it's the renovation, apparently the renovation of those older homes are not a requirement in order for this, zoning to be approved, according to your staff.
That's true, but we do have a housing maintenance code that, even that if it's not a condition of this approval, they could still be subject to citation to environmental court.
Are the homes occupied currently?
Yes.
Mr. McCaskill, would you like to speak to that question?
Yes. The developer, since he's bought the property less than a year ago, had, already started renovation and done quite a bit of it. And if you saw the slides that Josh showed earlier, there's handrails and sidewalks and steps going down, and he's repainted the buildings, and he's doing a lot of work to them. Now, they are all occupied.
Hey, on your new structure, how many bedrooms are those, this is gonna be?
New building in the back, each unit will have one bedroom.
So just one bed, okay. And that single structure, I assume those are one bedroom too, from what I can tell.
Most of them are.
Okay, I was looking at that in reference to the parking spaces that you were recommending. Those are all my questions, Chair. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Can we go back to how the street looks now? My concern is there are 25 units, but 18 parking spaces. So if, with these being one bedroom, it's almost like there's an expectation that each occupant could very well own one car.
Yeah.
Back one more, looking at the original. I'm concerned, would the tenants be required to park on the street on, what street is that? Is that St. Paul? Would they be required to park on St. Paul to walk? If we're talking about using street parking to accommodate for the difference between the proposed parking spaces and the number of units.
The people living in the duplexes have access to the parking lot in the rear. But historically, they've always parked on the street out there.
No, so I'm talking about the new construction. Would people be parking on St. Paul to walk back there? Especially if you have 25 units, 18 parking spaces, that those 7, assuming that each one has a car.
The 25 units include the duplexes.
Oh, okay.
So it's that we have enough adequate parking for the new building.
Okay. And then, what's going to be the, may not know the proper term, what's going to be the exterior of the new construction?
It's going to be, I think we have some slides. Do you have the slides of the new?
It's not going to be brick though, is it?
Mostly not.
Mostly not, okay. Colleagues, I just have a concern about our building things and brick. We have brick structures that last 100 years. We can ride around any neighborhood, some stuff that was built in the 80s. We're talking about wood and panel and everything else. It can fall into a state of disrepair. So just a general rule, it's going to be a very odd exception for me to prove anything that's not going to be brick. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions?
Is the owner here?
The representative, Tim McCaskill, is here on behalf of the owner.
Where is the owner located?
He lives in Maryland. He has a local management company that manages this.
How many different properties does the owner have in Memphis? Do we know?
I can't tell you exactly, but it's more than 10.
More than 10.
So
Generally speaking, are the properties upkept well? I know you're going to say yes.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'll pose this to any of my colleagues. Is anyone in this body familiar with the owner and the work that they do?
Councilman, Mr. Lugar.
So
the reason I'm asking, I think the members of this body understand that I have a particular concern as it relates to 38126 and 38106 in South Memphis, generally speaking. So I would love to just hear from the owner. So with that being said, I'm going to move to hold this item for 2 weeks until we can hear from the owner. I'd just like to know who the owner is and the interest in doing work in the city of Memphis, and just so I can lay eyes on the individual to ask them a question. You know, do you plan on doing right by the folks in the city of Memphis and those who, if we be very specific about it, this is the poorest zip code in the state of Tennessee, and if you're going to build property in the poorest zip code, you need to make sure that you're doing right by the least of these. So I'm going to move to hold this thing, and hopefully I get a second.
I'm gonna second that.
Without objection,
Yeah.
this item,
Okay, go ahead.
this item be held for 2 weeks.
Okay, and then, you know, in addition to that, I would like a list of the properties that this individual owns in the city of Memphis. Thank you.
Also, you said that you've been working on them, and you fixed some of them up already?
That I'd what?
You've been working on some of the ones that you've been fixing on already?
I haven't been working. I did the planning.
You just the planning, but
Right.
nothing has been done.
No, there has been a lot done to the structure,
Existing structure.
That's what I'm asking.
existing building, yes.
Okay, I go by. 2 weeks, you have him come here, because we need to know. 'Cause one reason why we're kind of tired of people coming from out of town, coming to Memphis, they don't live here, okay? And like Mr. Jones said, all of that actually is wood, and it may be not just, I don't think it's wood, I think it's aluminum siding. And I'm beginning to have a little issue on all of them are 1 bedroom.
Yes.
All of them almost like a motel.
It's different than a motel.
It can't be. It's 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. If it looks like that, it looks like a Super 8, okay?
It does.
Yeah, I'm just being honest with you. You know, that area that you're talking about, it needs a little help, but it don't really kind of need that little help right there, because that'll last about 6 months and then turn it into something else. And the reason why I'm saying that, the owner don't live here. I got issues with these people coming in, buying property, want to build something, and 6 months later, hey, it's a disaster area, it's worse. It's best to just have it the way it is instead of, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
2 weeks, you can come back and then, hey, bring him with you. Tell him, get him a plane, he can afford it.
I'm okay with going back.
No, he needs to come.
Item 5, colleagues, PD 21-05, 1506 Drew Road. Without objection, I'd like to hold this item for 2 weeks. Ms. Salomita Baser, if you could get with Councilman Ford between now and our next meeting, the 1st of August, that would be appreciated.
Yep, and one issue with that one, I think they're having an issue with the assistant living. I think, what was it, supposed to be 4 stories? I don't think that's gonna work. How many stories that assistant? I know it's supposed to be some of the others, but y'all trying to put a high rise up there, high tall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brenda Salamita.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Salomita. Do you want to hear this? We need a motion and second for a discussion.
I need her to just give me that one height.
Yes, sir. It's proposed for 4 stories.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Get with me later,
Okay.
because that ain't happening.
Item 6, PD 21-11, 771 and 775 Tanglewood Street. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
Sorry.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Colvett. Mr. Administrator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead again. This is very close to a case that was heard 2 weeks ago and will be downstairs on the main agenda, but it is not that same case. This is also in Tanglewood, but it is 1 block north of the case we heard 2 weeks ago. This is specifically at the old church at the corner of Tanglewood and Salisbury. Ms. Hayes, if you can advance the slides, one more. This is in the northernmost Cooper Young part of town. If you're familiar with the Central Station development that was approved by this body a few months ago, that's at the corner of Central at the top of the map and Cooper at the right of the map, where Albert Cook Plumbing is. There's a street behind Albert Cook called York that connects to Tanglewood back there along an old railroad line that I think Mr. Crump in his final days on this planet was instrumental in moving to the other tracks to the north. That occurred, I think, in 1953. So since 1953, that rail line has been an abandoned line. Next slide. Zooming in, we see that this is in the RU1H district. The H means this is in a historic overlay, specifically the Cooper Young Landmarks District. So if this is approved, any new buildings would go to the Landmarks Commission for review and approval. Next slide. Our land use map shows this property in half clear, which means it's vacant, and half blue. Blue indicates institutional uses, and indeed this was a church for many years. Next slide. The proposal would be to create a 3-lot residential development, single-family residential development, with the church building being retained as one of those single-family homes. Next slide. And then to the right or to the north of the existing church building would be one of the lots, and then the third lot would be along Salisbury to the west behind the church. Next slide. And here, this shows that third lot, narrow Salisbury. Next slide. And here's what you'd actually be approving is this graphic that shows where those 3 lots are. We did discover that a portion of the church was built within the right-of-way of Salisbury, and the applicant will work with real estate on an encroachment agreement, a zero-fee encroachment agreement, since that church has been there for so many years. What that would basically do is hold the city harmless from any damage that could be done. With that, Mr. Chairman, this comes to you with a recommendation of approval by both staff and the Land Use Control Board.
Fantastic. Councilwoman Vice Chair Swearingen, you have the floor.
Thank you very kindly. I had the opportunity to meet with the constituents in Cooper Young as well as Consultant Davis. There were some questions initially about the closure of the street, but then after further research was done, we found that did not affect or impact the transition of vehicles in the area. We had the second meeting, and all of the constituents in the area, including the neighborhood association, were in favor of this particular project. So with that being said, I would like for it to be an approval so that we can meet the constituents' concerns, their approval, and their desires. Thank you very kindly, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions for the applicant or Mr. Whitehead? All those in favor of item 6 signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item 7, colleagues, PD 21-18, Elvis Presley between Holmes Road and Scaife Road. Motion and a second, please.
Second.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. Mr. Administrator?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Just say, Mr. Rainey. As I reminded the body, I can use my outside word. As I reminded the body 2 weeks ago, we're going back to the system where my colleagues will be presenting the application. I only did the last 2 because Mr. Dead was on vacation. Here again, after a long recess from everybody, is Brian Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brian Barker, the Office of Planning and Development. So glad to see everyone in person. Yes, absolutely. This is, if we could go to the slide, Ms. Hayes, thank you. This is a plan development for a mixed-use development plan for a film studios facility. It would include administrative offices in the Whitehaven area. The planning area is, this project is located at the intersection of Scaife and Elvis Presley, as well as Mary Jane and Scaife. It's a large 80-acre development flat that contains zoning as well as mixed-use development. As By this graphic, you see a large TBA easement running through the south third of the property. Next slide. And the zoning of this property is R8, primarily residential single family, and a small portion is commercial use, as we were talking about earlier. The subject property is a large vacant tract. As you can see by the land use maps, you have several places of worship in the area at the intersection of two major roads, as well as single-family homes to the east, some apartments to the southeast, and single-family estates to the south along Scape Road. Adjacent to this development is the Holmes Road Elementary School, a new development, a new school that was built approximately 10 years ago. And more importantly, to the west of this site is a Dueling Oaks subdivision, which is directly adjacent to the west. This property is also bounded by the CN Railroad. Next slide, please. This is the concept plan. It's very hard to view on this graphic. However, it's in your packet. This development, as you can see, consists of three areas, area A, B, and C. The primary areas are in the center portion of the property. There is a private drive that would extend Scape Road from Elvis Presley Boulevard. Scape Road is now a dead-end street. They will connect their private drive and make a beautified entrance at this location. This concept plan includes several uses, but more importantly, the film studios, facilities, a hotel site for on-site accommodations, as well as a preservation for natural buffers along the western boundaries of the site, adjacent to single-family homes, which is most important in this development plan. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, as I stated, the applicant is proposing a mixed-use development plan. We were concerned primarily about the location of a campground and recreational vehicle park. That was not illustrated on the site plan or the concept plan. We were concerned that it should not be located directly adjacent to single-family homes. The availability of sewer is a question. However, the applicant and the applicant's engineers are in contact with Public Works Development, Public Works to secure a sewer in this area and also to secure development contracts. This application is a development plan for a planned development for natural open spaces. It preserves natural buffers in single-family homes. It preserves mature trees in the area. It also provides a natural buffer directly adjacent to the single-family homes. That development would allow for increased or enhanced buffers between any warehouse building and single-family. So the concept plan, as illustrated, is supported by staff. It has been adequately addressed by the general provisions of the plan development standards in our zoning code. We have reviewed this application, next slide, is consistent with our Memphis 3.0 plan. There was one concern that the staff had regarding building 10, as you see on this graphic. The applicant has agreed to enhance the buffer between the home on the east side of Dueling Oaks Drive and the warehouse building. That building height is maximum 35 feet. The applicant has agreed to provide an enhanced buffer in that location, and the neighborhood is agreeable to that as well. Next slide, please. So this is a graphic kind of showing the landscape cross-section of that area. They have increased the buffers in that area preserve natural buffers and also enhance buffers with mature landscaping and screening. Next slide, please. So those amendments were addressed between staff and the Land Use Control Board. They are listed on the screen. However, those amendments are included in the current resolution. Next slide, please. And the Office of Planning and the Board Division of Planning and Development is recommending approval of this application with conditions. Conditions are in your resolution. Land Use Control Board approved this application unanimously and they recommended approval with conditions. Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it over to you for any questions that you may have of me or staff. And I will be, there was a significant amount of support, letters of support of this application, and they are also in the packet.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Carlisle. Thank you, Mr. Backus. This is incredibly exciting. I was wondering if we just kind of walk through, obviously we're doing zoning today, but I'd love to hear just the general timeline of what is expected in the cadence of today to putting a shovel in the ground and how all that's going to look. It's just kind of an incredible project, just scope, scale, and the whole enchilada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Name and address for the record, please.
Dedrick Brittenham. My address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229 here in Memphis. I'm representing the applicant, BLP Film Studios. In answer to your question, Councilman Carlisle, we have Mr. Jason Farmer, who is the founder and owner of this particular project, and I believe he can answer that question. Now, we do have a slide deck that we can show that will kind of enhance what you've already heard from Mr. Backus. So we'll answer the question first.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Mr. Farmer, hold on one second. Address for the record, please.
254 Court, Suite 213, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
Thanks, sir.
Jason A. Farmer. Councilman Carlisle, thank you for your question. The anticipated build out of the project is about a 2.5 year phased in project. To answer your question.
It does. So we've got zoning today, assuming you get approved, which I think looking pretty good, just kind of down the aisle here. When do you expect for all this to get going? I'm sure you're going to seek incentives and things like that. I mean, just as a part of that. But I'm just I think everybody's pretty excited, so I'm just kind of curious what you think generally the timing is going to look like, understanding that things and projects of this scale, things can change and move.
Yes,
but just for the general public.
So we're anticipating, we're hopeful that we'll get approval today from this body. Upon approval from this body, we'll move forward with having trees excavated from the property. We anticipate that'll take about 2.5 months to remove those trees and get the initial groundwork done. We're anticipating that traditional construction related activity will start in spring of next year.
Excellent. I wish you the best of luck. I'm going to support this. My very first jobs were in LA working on the Warner Brothers lot for a production company called Thunder Road. It made a little movie called We Are Marshall.
Yes.
So this is incredibly exciting. Look, the industry is moving out of the state of California into tax-friendly states. I hope the state government supports your endeavor and gets more behind the film and television. Is Lynn here? Lynn Sittler is all about that. I do have one zoning question, which is on sound stages. A lot of it is obviously inside the sound stage itself, but we'll utilize the exterior components of the lot itself to shoot certain scenes. My only concern, and it's not a big one, just to bring it up, is nighttime filming. A lot of times call sheets can be for 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and depending on what you're shooting, I know I'm not really worried about lighting. It's more of like, if we're shooting Fast and Furious 10 here, there's car chase scenes being filmed at 1 o'clock in the morning that may actually, you know what? You just take a camera out on the streets here. Please come on down to Riverside Drive. We'll shoot that scene for you. But just want to make sure that the residents aren't disturbed with nighttime filming that's not going on inside the soundstage.
Yes, Councilman Carlisle. So I'm actually from the Whitehaven community, and we've been very sensitive to the needs of the residents and such things such as sound and the other concerns that they may have. So we're very sensitive to those needs.
Well, I appreciate it, and best of luck to you, and thank you for bringing such an ambitious project. I wish you all the best. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Ford, and then followed by Councilwoman Robbins.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, but don't tell him yet, okay? Well, I'm gonna have a problem, okay? I have nothing against this. He made a statement of sound, okay? If we approve it, I want you, Mr. Brittenham, to make sure you put it in there. If I hear it, close it down. Reasons why I'm saying that, Graceland has really disappointed my neighborhood. I'm directly behind there. Sound Whenever they have something, hell, it wakes us all up. I'm not into that. I'm getting ready to have an issue with Grayson again, and I really hate that. My anniversary is August 16th, the same time that they come out there and they celebrate, okay? I don't want to hear that. I don't want your neighbors to hear that. I don't want you to go out there and promise something. If we approve this, you do just the opposite. That's what Grayson have always done. And I have nothing against Grayson. I liked Elvis when he was living. Y'all wouldn't even live when he was here. Y'all wouldn't even thought about it, but I knew him personally. He just didn't buy me a car. You know, he didn't. But people promise us things, okay? And I think this venture that you're doing is a very good thing. But you have neighbors. Don't come into a neighborhood not being a good neighbor. So, hey, when it comes to the sound, you put all the buffers that you can, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because like I said, at 11 or 12 o'clock at night when Graceland, hey, they're in my back door. I don't like that, okay?
Yes, sir. I understand. And these are purposely built sound stages. Yeah. It's a little bit different situation from Graceland, but I'm aware of that situation. And we're purposely intentional about making sure we're not.
And if you know, living in Whitehaven, we got a lawsuit, our neighborhood association against Graceland, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna win it too. You hear that, Ms. Robbins?
I hear you.
Okay.
Councilman Ford, I will volunteer to monitor the sound at this facility at the appropriate time.
Now, if Halle Berry said, I'd do it too.
That's why I say I'd be happy to do it.
Mr. Box. You got a very nice home. You know, I don't like people coming to my district, you know, District 3, because, hey, people that live in that particular area, hey, we're very sound, okay? And we don't want nobody coming in disturbing just because they want to come. We have prime property down there. Everybody wants to come down that way, okay? But we don't want them to come and bring just anything to us. Those days old, used to be. The reason why I'm saying that, our area used to be zoned commercial, industrial, and everything else. That meant that you could do whatever you want to do down in our area. We downzoned all that when I was on the council before. So, hey, let's go back to some of the old. That's why I'm glad to see you. You know where I'm coming from, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah, good to see you back here.
Thank you.
Okay? And like I said, people promise a lot of things and do just the opposite once we approve it. Them days over. Okay? They're going to have to do what they're supposed to do other than just like the last person, you know, please don't give me a Motel 4. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman, address the amendments that we have regarding this application. There was concern about RV parking and areas of recreation and campgrounds. Mr. Dedrick Bridnam, Attorney Bridnam, contacted me regarding the so we agreed mutually to amend the conditions to allow for just a recreational vehicle parking under Roman numeral 188. Those amendments will be passed to you now. And also under Roman numeral 2A, paragraph 2, we added an additional sentence that states any recreational vehicle parking area shall be set back a minimum of 500 feet from any residential property. Those two amendments, we all agree.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, we agree to these friendly amendments.
Very good. Councilwoman Robinson?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for this application and investing in Whitehaven. As I've gone through the community, people are excited about it. We're an aging community. So the only thing that I want to make sure that we do is build some buffers. We had an article in the paper, I think it was just yesterday, about a new community, a gated community on that same street. So we want to make sure that we are thoughtful of all of our neighbors in the community because we want that growth in our community. We wish you, I don't believe in luck. We just ask that God bless you. so that we can move forward, and we're excited about it, and whatever we can do to assist you, please let us know.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson.
Anybody else? All right, colleagues, we'll vote on item number 7 with the...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to recognize the other ownership members here, if that's possible, please.
Sure.
Okay, we have Ms. Carolyn Henry, who is the Chief Financial Officer. All right, and we have Ms. Cecilia Barnes, who is the General Counsel and Partner. Thank you. I would also like to just let the council know of the development team. The Reeves firm, Mr. Greg Bartlett and Mike Davis, and all of these members are here to answer questions. Montgomery Martin is the contractor. New Dev, Matthew Marzoff, and HBG Design, Mr. Mark Weaver and Mr. Danny Vale. All of those people are here to answer questions. This is a terrific development team, and we'd ask for your approval. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Just one quick one, thank you. We, just for information's sake, what was anticipated total cost for this project when it's completed? What are you projecting?
Councilwoman Johnson, we are still in discussions with various developers and around the specifications for the sound stages. This project on the surface will exceed probably $200 million.
Thank you for that investment in Whitehaven.
Any other questions? Ready to vote with these amendments that were just passed out? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item number 8. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council members.
Item number 8, PD 21-13, 3969 and 3975 Giraldus Avenue. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a proposal in the area, I guess it's considered maybe East Cherokee or West Willow Oaks, just off Getwell. Here we see on our map, the Getwell Road is on the left, and you see the commercial strip just there on the north side of Giraldus. This is that first property to the east of that commercial strip. The request is to provide office and storage space for a local cleaning company. And here we have some site photos. And as conditioned, some of the streetscapes along existing streetscapes that you see along the roadways as photographed will be improved. We did not receive any objections to this. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval from both staff and the Lane Control Board.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, Ms. Brandy Price is also here to answer any questions. No questions. All those in favor of item number 8, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes. Thank you, Ms. Price. Colleagues, item number 9, Valentine Evergreen Historic Overlay. Hold on 1 second. Without objection, colleagues, I would like to hold this item for 2 weeks. And I am not, hold on, let me finish. I'm not lobbying for or against it. I think that all 13 of us and the people that will be included in these 3,351 households within this new landmarks district ought to know what a landmarks district entitles and what comes with it. So Administrator Whitehead has compiled a presentation, and I would ask that we all see his presentation before we vote for something. Colleagues, I'm not lobbying for or against this, and I understand what the neighborhood wants to do here. However, I don't want to be like Washington, D.C., where we say, would you please pass this, and then we'll read the fine details later. I think everybody needs to know exactly what it entails to become a landmarks district. So,
Objection to the whole, but I do support hearing the presentation.
okay. Is there a second for that objection?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to have a vote on the Presentation, then take a vote. Then take a vote.
I hope you have it with
We need a vote. We can get a presentation on VECA. We cannot have the presentation on Landmarks District because he does not have that with him today.
Mr. Chairman?
I'll withdraw the hold. I just want all of us to understand what we're voting on. Because if you don't, if you're not all acutely aware of what a landmarks district is, then I think we ought to hold it.
I'm in the queue. Well, I guess no queue. Just talking.
I'll withdraw my.
I would like to hear the presentation that apparently Administrator Whitehead, I'm not even sure that's your title at this point. It's changed frequently. Doesn't have with him at this point. How soon could you get that? I'm putting you on the spot. I'm sorry. I'm not.
What I could do, I had prepared as we review a lot of these proposed landmarks districts to have a presentation at some point, but that point can be at 3:30 because I have a rough draft of that presentation.
So we would love to hear it at 3:30.
Okay, we can do that.
We're gonna be here for the entirety of the day anyway.
I can, and it'll just be a quick 5-minute overview of what it means to own a property in a landmarks district, and then Mr. Ragsdale, the deputy zoning administrator, can do a presentation specifically on this district.
Mr. Ragsdale, nice to meet you.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Thomas.
Okay. So this is already on the agenda for 3:30, correct?
That's correct.
So is this just a discussion or is this to send it down? For
This would
the
be-
item on here?
Well, what I would recommend that we do is we send it down without recommendation. If you want to hear his presentation today and you want to hear VECA today, I think that's what we should do. Otherwise, I think we should hold it for 2 weeks.
Okay, just making sure. I support sending it down with no recommendation.
All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending item number 9 down without recommendation and without presentation, because it will be heard at 3:30, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I'm a no on that. All right, that item passes.
Can I make a request? When we go downstairs, can I hear the presentation as relates to landmarks first before we hear anything specifically related to VECA? Okay.
And just for housekeeping, item 10, SAC 21-01 was inadvertently left off of the main agenda. It will be add-on item number 47 and will be announced during main council at 3:30 that this case has been withdrawn. Any other questions? Comments? We're adjourned. Thank you, colleagues. What am I doing? Yeah. There we go. Gotta love the hot mics. They're never hot when you want them to. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is July 20th, and again, in honor of Councilman all day, 24 fun-filled hours. July 20th. This is executive session. Ms. Hyman, call the roll.
Councilman Canale? Oh.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle?
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Present. Councilwoman Ford? Councilwoman Johnson? Present. Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilwoman Logan? Present. Councilman Morgan? Councilwoman Robinson? Present. Councilman Smiley?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen? Present. Councilman Warren?
Present.
And Chairman Colvett?
And I am present. Chair observes a quorum. There are no items scheduled for executive session today, which brings us to Councilman Warren. I believe you want to make a request to hold item 13, which is ZTA 2101.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we could hold that item. I had a discussion with the county commissioner who sponsored that item, and he would like us to hold that. They have amendments they're going to be putting in on their side. It would come back to us later, not this for a vote, not today, but in 2 weeks.
All right, without objection, that is held until our next meeting, August 3rd. Also, colleagues, items 4.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Catch up.
What the other one? All right, sorry, go ahead.
No. Sorry, guys, I'll slow down. So that is item 13 in your regular agenda. That bad boy is held until August 3rd, also being held until August 3rd. Items 4, 5, and 34. So in order, it is 4, 5, 13, and 34 will be held until August 3rd. Without objection, good.
Mr. Chair?
Lay it on me.
Can we also hold item number 7 for 2 sessions for 4 weeks at the request of the applicant?
Without objection. Item 7 is a 2-meeting hold, 1 month.
That's the
the Austin Peay.
That's the one that we're looking at to try to put a bike store in.
Can we, object?
What you got?
I'd like to propose, huh? Yeah.
All right, please share your objection. Why do you object? Just out of curiosity. Do you want it for 2 weeks or 4 weeks or just 2?
I think I can speak to that.
Yeah.
Please, Councilman, you recognize.
There is potentially a compromise of them doing something else at this location that would not require a special use permit, meaning they would not have to come back before this body to have that approved. So what we would be voting on is only used auto sales or vehicle sales. So if they really are potentially making changes, then they need to withdraw this application. It does not need to come back before us.
Let's do this then, colleagues. Council lady, Councilman, let's go meet with the applicant downstairs before full council and see if we can determine their intentions, because they may withdraw it, and if not, Councilman, I'll hold it. Fair enough? Good to go?
And if we hold, can the hold be 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion at that point, and probably without objection, for a hold for 2 weeks.
If they don't.
All right, and thank you for the heads up on 7. Guys, I apologize. Good? All right, moving to our add-ons, 43 through 47. Item 43 is an additive change order to appropriate additional contract construction funds in the amount of $181,564 for project PW01064. Streetscape and improvements for Elvis Presley Boulevard, Commercial Parkway to Winchester District 3 and 6, Super District 8. Request for same night minutes. Item 44. Resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $271,019.41 for project PW 18100, PW 20103, FY20 CIP Resurfacing Group 2 Asphalt Paving. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item 45 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $566,194.90 for project PW 17100. Fiscal year 20 CIP Resurfacing Group 1 Asphalt Paving, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Express for same night minutes. Those did the same thing twice. Sorry, make sure y'all were paying attention. Item 46 is a resolution for the fiscal year 2022 CIP project PW 22103 in the amount of $6,500,000 for the paving operations performed by Public Works or directly by Street Maintenance Department, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item 47, SAC 2101, closure of St. Nick Road. This case will be officially withdrawn at the regular meeting. Our same night meeting requests, colleagues, are 43, 44, 45, and 46. To repeat, 43 through 46. Without objections, any other business for this body? Seeing none, I will see y'all. Guys, let's get down about, say, 3:20. Admin's going to be down there at 3:15, making sure our mics are hot and everything. But if y'all get there at 3:20, 3:25, I'd appreciate it. Just make sure we're good.
And